If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Highlander's Untamed Bride by Maddie MacKenna. Chapter 1. Faither. After 2 years abroad, my trip has finally come to an end. I have seen all I came to see, done all I've come to do. I am ready to go home. By the time this letter reaches you, I will be nearly there. I set sail from Holland today and hope to be in Scotland by the 31st of September, God willing. I have missed you greatly, and am very much looking forward to hearing what has been happening at the castle, as well as sharing stories of my trip. I hope that, if you are not in good health, you are at least comfortable and happy. With love from your son, Beathan Dunn. Laird Seamus Dunn scanned the letter one more time before laying it down on his desk. He took off his glasses and placed them atop the paper before leaning back in his chair, crossing one knobby knee over the other. He let his thoughts wander away from the ledgers he had been looking over before the letter arrived. Instead, he thought of his son. Seamus was glad Beathan was returning. When he had sent Beathan off on his grand tour of Europe, a tradition of men of their class, he had spent days convincing the lad to go for more than a year. After all, a year wasn't nearly enough time to see everything the tour could offer him. It was an educational experience, a rite of passage once a man of nobility had reached the age of majority. There were so many countries the lad needed to visit, ancient sites he needed to see, and cultures he needed to absorb. It had been hard doing, getting the lad to go at all, because Beathan was loath to leave him after the diagnosis Seamus had received from his physicians. A wasting disease was slowly stripping the life from him, though the physicians assured him he still had a few years left before he was well and truly gone. The news had distressed Beathan greatly, but Seamus had convinced the lad that truly, it was a blessing in disguise. "You're more than ready to take over from me, lad. This is a sign," he had told Beathan as he lay in his sickbed, his son perched on a chair at his side. "It's a sign you need to go on this trip. I've only got a few years left in me, and you need to see the world before you're a laird." "No, I won't leave you. I dearly need to see Europe, Faither. That's nae what's important here." "Ye are," Beathan had told him emphatically. But Seamus had won out. He was, after all, the patriarch of the family. He still had the power over his son, for all that the boy was 23 years old at the time and looking very much like a man. "This trip will give you a chance to act out those youthful fascinations of men your age. Looking to see a bit of the world. And then, ye can return home, and I can die in peace knowing ye've had a good start to your life," he had told Beathan, and finally, after a few days and more than a few conversations in the same vein, the lad had relented. He had been gone more than 2 years now. A bad storm had delayed his trip to Germany, and while he had written to his father that he was more than ready to come home, Seamus had been insistent that his son see the country, with its esteemed universities and interesting language. From Germany, Beathan had then gone on to Holland, and now, finally, he was coming home. "Logan," Seamus called, shaking off his reverie and sitting back up in his chair. His condition had improved enough that he was now able to walk about, albeit slowly. He still tired early in the evenings and spent far more time asleep than he would like. But he was alive, and that was more than enough. "Yes, sir?" Logan Campbell, Seamus' secretary, asked as he hurried into the room. Logan was a thin man with a permanently pinched expression on his face. He wore spectacles that were always perched a little too low on his nose. And no matter how fine his clothes looked when he dressed in the morning, by midday they were always wrinkled and askew. He was a strange man, but a dedicated one, and had served Seamus well these last 30 years. "Beathan is returning," Seamus said. replacing his own glasses back on his nose. "And I want to throw him a party, to celebrate. Fortnight of revelin', with food and wine and good company aplenty. I will need your help with planning, of course." "Of course, me Laird," Logan said, bowing his head. "I assume you want all the lairds and ladies from the surrounding areas invited?" "Aye. And you will need to talk to the cook, make sure she prepares a good spread. Plenty of roasted meats, sweets, and ale and wine enough to intoxicate a village." Seamus had meant the last statement as a joke. But as ever, Logan did not take it as such. Instead, he was muttering to himself, memorizing all of Seamus' orders. Logan was the most serious man he had ever met. But then, he assumed that was part of what made the man so good at his position. "What about entertainment, me Laird?" Logan asked. "There was a travelling show I heard of at the tavern down the road. It's supposed to be quite good with theatre and dance. They were stationed in the village, and I believe they will need leave till tomorrow." Seamus hadn't considered that they would need entertainment. But then, if the celebration was supposed to last a fortnight, there would need to be something to keep his guests occupied in between walks to the loch and rides out to the hills. "That will do," he told Logan. "Arrange for them to stay on the land. Mayhaps near the hills where it's dry. We will provide their food of course, and negotiate a price that suits them. I dinna care how much it costs." Cost was of no consequence to Seamus. He was richer than Croesus, and besides, he would spare no expense celebrating his son's homecoming. "Is there anything else, me Laird?" Logan asked. "Aye. Prepare Beathan's room," Seamus said, and he had no idea that such banal words could bring a man such joy. Seamus knew, as Logan left the room, that he would spend the next few days anxiously looking out the window, listening for hoofbeats that told him Beathan was finally back on Castle Dunn soil. He could not wait to embrace the lad, to hear tell of his travels. He could not wait to finally have his son back home. Pushing himself up off his chair, he made his way to the door of his study, intent on finding his wife, Morlin. She too would be overjoyed with the news of their boy finally returning. Chapter 2. Kirsteen Roy could not believe her luck. When the strange Scottish men had come to talk to Madame Blanche the day before, she had assumed it was to ask them to vacate the field where they had pitched their tents. After all, their time in the village was ending the day after, and it was not unusual for patrons to kick them out the night before their last performance. It was rude, of course, but such were the things that performers had to bear for their art. But this time, they had not been kicked out. Instead, they had been invited to perform at the home of the local Laird, Laird Dunn, who lived in a castle. A castle. Kirsteen had never been inside a castle before. After being orphaned during the plague, she had been raised for 3 years by her parents' old, cantankerous landlady in a mouldering building in London, before being found by Madame Blanche and her husband, Frederick Starrett, when she was 11 years old. Madame Blanche and Fred had saved her. Were it not for them, Kirsteen would have been doomed to a life on the streets. For the landlady had told her in no uncertain terms that she would be kicked out the day she turned 18. Up until Madame Blanche and Fred came along, Kirsteen had expected to live life as a woman of the night. She had watched the prostitutes trawling down Canal Street, selling their bodies, and assumed that one day soon she too would become one of them. The thought terrified her. But she had accepted her lot in life. What else could become of a poor orphan living in a slum? It turned out that much could become of such a girl. For no sooner had Madame Blanche and Fred bumped into her at a pie shop that they were spiriting her away from the landlady's hovel, bringing her into the fold of their traveling troupe. The troupe was her family. Though the players changed from time to time, some leaving to find new work, others marrying and deciding to settle in one place, there was always a core of 7 or 8 people who had worked together for the better part of 10 years. Madame Blanche and Fred treated them all as equals. sharing wages fairly among them and making sure that everyone felt appreciated. Kirsteen knew this was rare among troops. The other players had told her horror stories of previous jobs with other troops where the directors had taken advantage of their players, docking their pay and molesting the younger girls. Kirsteen knew how lucky she was to have been found by Blanche and Fred. And though they had at first taken her into their fold out of sheer charity, Blanche had quickly noticed that Kirsteen had a body made for movement and started teaching her to dance. Kirsteen took to the skill quickly. She was naturally lithe, with long, strong limbs and a natural grace. She could memorize routines in a day, and she was also a passable actor and singer, taking the smaller roles and choruses in the various plays and songs she performed with the troupe. Thanks to the troupe, she had traveled all throughout England, Scotland, Wales, and Europe. She had seen ruins in Rome, and the Alps in Switzerland. She had entertained dukes and duchesses whose hairpins were worth more than everything she owned. She led a good life, but as she gazed at Castle Dunn in the distance, Kirsteen couldn't help wishing that for one day she could live the life of a true lady, one who inhabited a castle like the one before her. She dreamed to occupy a vast expansive bedchamber with a separate room for dressing and bathing. She would treasure such luxury for the rest of her days. "It is magnificent, is it not?" Madame Blanche asked. Her native French accent had dulled after so many years away from home, but it could still be detected in the harsh consonants and soft vowels of the woman's speech. Her appearance, however, was as French as it had been the day Blanche left her home country, according to Fred, who often called her his French wife to annoy her. As pretty and stylish as the day we boarded the boat. He often told Blanche when she was dressed in especially fine attire. It never failed to make Kirsteen laugh. Blanche favored the more refined hairstyles of the continent to contain her massive black curls, and she would only allow her pleasantly plump, curved figure to be clothed in fabric sourced from her home country. Though she was nearing middle age, Kirsteen thought her a great beauty still. With her full red lips, wise brown eyes and the smile that so easily appeared on her porcelain pale face. Indeed, it is breathtaking. I think this might be the grandest place we have ever performed, Kirsteen said as they slowly rode toward the castle. They were on horseback, their various tents and costumes strapped to the animals' backs. As they approached the bottom of a hill, Kirsteen saw a small wooden peg with a bit of red fabric attached to it. The fabric was waving softly in the autumnal breeze. "This is where we will camp," Madame Blanche said, halting her horse and stepping down from the saddle. "They are having a dry autumn, and I have been assured that rain is unlikely this week." The troop breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sleeping in a soaking tent was torture on the voice and the muscles. More than once Kirsteen had woken up from a night spent under such conditions with a vicious cough and lethargic limbs, neither of which were good for singing or dancing. The camp took little time to set up. After so many years together, each person knew their role, and no sooner were the tents up than costumes were being stored and beds prepared for the approaching evening. When they had finished, Madame Blanche led them toward the castle. It was a short walk down the hill and toward the castle's rear entrance, where they would enter and exit. They were, after all, little more than servants. When they reached the castle's rear entrance, a man was waiting for them. He had a very stern, grave look on his face, and glasses that were nearly falling off his nose. Kirsteen would have laughed, but she had the sense that he would scold her if she so much as giggled silently. "Welcome to Castle Dunn," he told her and the rest of the troop. "I am Logan, Laird Dunn's secretary. If you have any problems or questions, please tell them to me." Kirsteen smiled at his accent, a deep, rolling brogue. She had always preferred the Scottish accent above all others. There was something comforting in the rolled R's, the I's and nays. "Might we take a look at the grounds, Logan?" Fred asked. Kirsteen had suspected he had asked as much. Fred loved nothing so much as walking in the countryside. Castle Dunn was surrounded by hills to the south and west, a forest to the north and what looked like a loch to the east. She knew he had spent all his time between rehearsals exploring the scenery in all its beautiful, autumnal Scottish glory.
Yes, that would be fine.
I can lead you, if you like. Logan proposed, though Kirsteen couldn't tell how he truly felt about the prospect. His face was unreadable. His mouth set in something between a grimace and a frown. The troop followed Logan down past the stables, where the air smelled like manure and hay. Men walked in and out of the stables carrying various buckets and tools. And when Kirsteen peeked inside, she saw at least 20 horses in their stalls. There were more animals scattered in paddocks they passed as they walked down a gentle slope. Sheep occupied one, goats another. And behind the barn Kirsteen could see a sheltered paddock for chickens. Visible as well was a vegetable garden larger than anything Kirsteen had ever seen, as well as a hothouse. She could only imagine the delicacies that the castle cook must be able to produce with such resources. Her stomach growled at the thought. The gentle slope led to a steeper one, at the bottom of which was the loch Kirsteen had glimpsed before. The glimpse had not nearly done the view justice. The water was a beautiful teal, its surface shining with dappled, late afternoon sunlight. The loch was surrounded on 3 sides by a forest lit up with brightly colored leaves. There was a pleasant breeze blowing through her hair as she walked down the hill, carrying with it the scent of freshly turned earth, wood smoke, and peat.
It's breathtaking,
Madame Blanche whispered to Kirsteen when they came to a stop at the edge of the lake. Not even Lake Geneva is so beautiful. Kirsteen nodded, finding herself mute as she gazed at the beauty. Fred walked up to stand beside them and put his arm around Blanche, drawing her to him. It is almost as beautiful as you, he whispered in her ear, and Kirsteen saw Blanche roll her eyes but giggle all the same. In the 12 years that she had known them, Kirsteen had seen Madame Blanche and Fred grow even more in love with each other. They were affectionate and caring, and never stopped whispering sweet things in each other's ear. Even though by the time Kirsteen entered their lives, they had already been married for nearly 10 years. Kirsteen assumed that such overt affection dulled with time. But that was not the case with Blanche and Fred. The hardships they had experienced, professionally and personally, had only brought them closer. Of those hardships, Blanche's inability to have a child was the most difficult. Kirsteen knew they had tried for years. But when no child had come after nearly 7 years, they had finally realized that they would never be so blessed. That was, in fact, partly why they took her in. They knew she was in a bad situation with the landlady. But Blanche had also confessed later that Kirsteen was like the child I always imagined I would have. And they, in turn, were the only parents she had ever really known. She was 8 when her parents died. But because they both worked selling jewelry at the local market, she rarely saw them. She couldn't even remember their faces now. All she saw when she thought of them was her mother's red hair, which she had inherited, and her father's dark brown eyes, which she had not. Kirsteen pulled Fred and Blanche into a hug now, wrapping her arms around the 2 people she loved most in the world. Fred and Blanche accepted the embrace gratefully, and for a moment they stood by the beautiful lake, appreciating each other's company and their good fortune. Kirsteen knew that as long as she had them, she would be happy. She needed nothing else. Or so she thought. Chapter 3. Logan has requested a mixture of comedy, tragedy and love stories. So I have selected the ones I think work best from our collection. There are a few new ones in there, thanks to the generous wages we received from our last performance. Fred told the troupe as he handed out the scripts. Kirsteen glanced at the titles. There were only 2 that were new to her, and she knew that she could have them memorized by the end of the day. She only ever played the smaller parts, often the narrator of the play, or a child or angel. Most of her role was the dancing that they incorporated into each piece. I believe we should start with the Beggar's Opera, Fred said, naming the title of a play that had become popular nearly a century ago. Rarely did they use such old material, but satire was still the fashion of the theatrical arts, and all their patrons adored the play. All the troupe took their places, and for the rest of the day they rehearsed the songs in the opera, ensuring everyone hit the right notes and said the lyrics at the right time. Though they had taken a break for tea and biscuits, by the time rehearsal was over, Kirsteen was exhausted. She was always exhausted the first day of rehearsals, even if she knew the play and corresponding dances by heart. She planned on retiring to her tent as soon as supper was finished. The evening meal was eaten with the servants in a large room adjoining the kitchen. Kirsteen was shocked by how many staff the Laird employed. There were at least 30 people at the table, not including the troupe. They ranged in age from no older than 14 to a man so advanced in age his skin looked like that of tree bark. All were friendly, asking questions about the troupe's travels and what plays they were planning to perform. Kirsteen did her best to contribute to the conversation, but her fatigue was setting in fast. She was beginning to grow fearful that she might fall asleep in her stew when the woman sitting next to her asked her, "Do you know much about the Laird, lass?" Kirsteen turned to look at the woman, who was only a few years younger than her. "Laird Dunn? No, I know nothing, other than he is generous enough to hire us to perform for him." The woman smiled. "Indeed, he is very generous indeed. And he has passed the trait on to his son, for whom the celebration is being held. Och, I can't wait until Beathan is back. I've missed his jokes," one of the younger boys said. The woman next to Kirsteen nodded. "Beathan is a good-humored man, to be sure. So kind. It's not always the way with men like him, ye ken," she said. "Men of his ilk can be right cruel and greedy, but not so with Beathan. He wants the title not for himself, but for his people. He'll be as gentle and fair as his faither, I ken that for sure. Aye, but God willing, we will not lose the Laird just yet. He seems in better spirits these days," another man at the table said. "I reckon his health has greatly improved. Knowin' Beathan is off enjoying himself instead of sitting here worrying." "Hush," a large woman at the head of the table said. She was wearing an apron and her arms were pockmarked with burns and scars. Kirsteen guessed she was the cook. "I'll not have ye speculating on the Laird and his lad. Ye're to be respectful of the two of them. If it weren't for them, ye'd all be begging at the door. Keep the gossip to yourselves, ye bampots." The table quieted immediately, everyone's heads bowing toward their soup bowls. The cook, seeing she had thus cowed the lot of them, nodded and went back to her own meal, though she couldn't help a smile as she spooned a mouthful of soup. It was good to know her patrons were men to be respected. So often, the patrons that hired the troupe were men who acted like their riches and titles allowed them to go about the world without paying respect and common decency to their fellow men. Kirsteen had been groped and cornered by these men, who tried to buy her like she was a prostitute, not a dancer. She was glad to know that with Laird Dunn and his son, she would not have to worry about such things. She could simply do her performances and enjoy her time in Scotland. Beathan Dunn collapsed onto his bed with a grateful sigh. He had stayed in luxurious accommodation during his grand tour, with beds even larger than the one on which he was now lying. But he'd found them not nearly so comfortable. Truly nothing was as good as the bed in his chambers. Reaching a leg up, Beathan untied the boots from his feet and crawled further up the bed, resting his head on the freshly stuffed goose down pillow. It smelled like the familiar combination of lavender and sheep fat that comprised the soap the castle cook made in large batches each year. "Och, I've missed this," he thought as he closed his eyes and let exhaustion overcome him. He had arrived at the castle this morning after a long trip up from Dorset. The roads had been blissfully clear of the mud that so often plagued them in the autumn, and Beathan had made it back one day earlier than he originally planned. The surprised smile on his father's face when he met him at the door was more than worth the trip. They had embraced warmly, then his father had pushed him away. "I want to look at ye," he'd said, surveying Beathan from head to toe. "Ye seem taller, lad," he said, laughing. "Or perhaps it's just that I'm shorter than I remember." Beathan smiled, though he privately wondered whether his father hadn't shrunk some since he left. The old man was different in other ways as well. There were more wrinkles around his eyes and mouth. A slight stoop to his back that had not been there before. His hair, which before had been black sprinkled with grey, was now nearly white, and far thinner than it used to be. Still, his father had been jovial as he ushered him into the castle and towards the library, where they shared a mid-morning whiskey followed by tea and a hearty meal from cook. Beathan had told his father all about Rome and Venice, describing in detail the cobblestone streets that led off into Roman ruins that made a man feel like he was back in ancient times. He had regaled his father with stories of the food he ate, the art he saw, and the people he met. Of course, his father had jumped on that last bit, asking, "Were there any lasses?" Like it was the most important part of his trip. In truth, there had been some. An opera singer in Paris. An artist's model in Rome. The cousin of his tour guide in Holland. None had sparked any feelings other than lust in him. They were wonderful women, all, interesting, intelligent and kind. But they were not enough that he thought of them much beyond their few weeks together. But Beathan knew what his father was really asking. Had Beathan fallen in love? Like seeing Europe, it was an experience he knew his father wanted him to have. His father and mother had fallen madly in love the moment they met at a ball, and had continued to love each other in much the same passionate way since. Beathan knew that his parents wanted the same for him. If he was honest with himself, he did not feel ready for love just yet. Right now, all he wanted to focus on was his father, and preparing himself for the lairdship. He prayed to God that his father did not die any time soon. But he had to be prepared. That was far more important than the amour his father's favorite poets were always writing about. Banishing such worries from his mind, Beathan pulled a thick blanket over himself to ward off the chill now that the fire in the hearth had died. Tomorrow, the celebration would begin, and he wanted to be well rested and able to stay up all night, talking to everyone he had not seen in so long. His mother had also mentioned something about an acting troupe. Beathan was not sure it would quite measure up to the theatre he had seen in Paris, but he was willing to suspend judgment until the show. Mayhaps I'll be pleasantly surprised, he thought just before he slipped into sleep. Chapter 4. How did ye manage this in so few days? Beathan asked his mother as they walked into the hall. Every lantern lining the walls was lit, along with the candles in the chandeliers, making the white blonde of his mother's hair shine almost white. Tapestries had been taken out of storage and hung on the walls, trapping the warmth from the roaring fire and lending the room the stuffy comfort Beathan usually associated with the castle's library. You would be surprised the burst of energy you can get when a loved one returns home, his mother told him, squeezing his upper arm with her long, thin fingers. Your father and I could barely sleep once he received the letter. All we did was plan and wait for you, my dear son. Beathan smiled, glad to finally hear his mother's voice again. He had missed her Norse accent, which, according to his father, was just as strong now as the day they had met. It was from her that he got his bright blue eyes and tall stature. His mother was almost as tall as him, with long blonde hair that was perpetually pulled back into a bun at the nape of her neck. Her skin was always glistening with health, its pale golden color a few shades lighter than his own. Her people were descended from Vikings, and Beathan liked to think that also contributed to the skills he had with swords and arrows. He was a born warrior, but for all that, he prized peace above all else. How is father? Beathan asked as they took a seat in two of the chairs in front of the fire. The celebration did not officially begin for another hour, though guests were beginning to trickle in. They were sequestered to the outer tables, however, which allowed Beathan and his mother a modicum of privacy. "He is well, for the most part," she said, leaning back against the chair. "He still tires easily, and the physician has told him to limit his drink. But he is much better than when he was first diagnosed." Beathan nodded, deciding not to tell his mother about the whiskey his father had partaken in the day before. "But he is in good spirits? Of sound mind?" he asked. He hated to question his father's mind, but the physicians had warned him that the disease could eventually affect everything, from his speech to his movement to the way he made decisions. It was a harrowing thought, that his father might be so changed. Beathan could only hope such alterations had not yet occurred in his absence. "Yes. He is happy most of the time, and as to his mind..." She laughed to herself, shaking her head as she said, "He is as mischievous as ever, and as good a Laird as he has always been. Nothing has changed there, my son." Beathan breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, good," he said, nodding to himself. He has not deteriorated yet, then, he told himself, calming the worry that was always present within him. He had not been able to fully relax since the day the physician came to visit. He wasn't sure if he would ever be able to. "Beathan?" his mother said, and Beathan raised his head. "Do not worry yourself," she told him, leaning forward to take his hand. "He has survived this long, and God willing he has a few years left. He wakes up every day with hope, and you ought to do the same. We are blessed beyond measure, my son. Whatever happens, remember that. I just didn't want to lose him. Not yet. I know I'm ready, but that doesn't mean I want to be Laird. Not if it means losing him," Beathan said, his voice hoarse with emotion. Beathan let his mother draw him into an embrace, though it was rather awkward since they were both seated. Still, it was a comfort, as was the ale the cook brought them a few minutes later. He stayed by the fire for the next hour, even after his mother excused herself, saying she had to check on the arriving guests and be sure they were shown to the correct rooms for their stay. 2 ales and a whiskey later, the celebration had officially begun. Beathan learned the true use of the tapestry as the room began to fill. Normally, the voices echoed off the hard stone castle walls, making it difficult to be heard the later and louder the night went on. Now, however, voices were muffled by the heavy carpet hangings, allowing everyone to hear their neighbor, despite the fact that the hall must have at least 200 people occupying it. "Good to see ye again, Beathan. We've missed ye." Leslie Thompson, the castle blacksmith, said to Beathan as he passed by. Beathan stopped and talked to the man for a few minutes. Leslie had been at the castle since before his father was born, and Beathan loved hearing stories of his father's childhood. Leslie always told Beathan what a naughty, mischievous lad his father had been. "Hasn't changed a whit," Leslie always joked. After greeting a few other acquaintances, Beathan made his way to the table at the front of the hall. His mother and father were already seated, as were the valets and ladies' maids. His seat was empty and waiting for him. Beathan sat down next to his father, relieved to be off his feet. He was feeling a mite drunk and more than a bit tired, and he knew he would need time to recover if he was to last the whole night. Pouring himself more ale, he had just settled into his seat when his cousin, Andrew, spoke. "Ye're looking well, cousin. Stronger than when I saw ye last." Beathan smiled, though it was a false grin. He loved his cousin Andrew like a brother. They had, after all, grown up together after his uncle had died suddenly, leaving Andrew orphaned in an estate near the coast. Beathan's father had taken the lad in and given him the same love and attention he showed Beathan. However, despite this, Andrew had always been competitive with Beathan. He had challenged him to countless fights when they were children. When they learned the sword arts, Andrew had taken it upon himself to be Beathan's sparring partner. dragging Beathan into the hall to practice for hours each day. He had done the same with archery and horse riding. To Andrew, everything was a challenge to win. His entire life was one long competition. It was exhausting to witness, and even worse to partake in. Beathan had hoped that in his absence, his cousin might settle down. That perhaps, with the Laird to himself, he might finally stop posturing and trying to prove himself. Clearly, however, this was not the case. For no sooner had Beathan smiled at the man than Andrew stood up and held out a hand. "With ye looking so strong and hardy, it's only fair I challenge ye to a sword fight, to see what those lads on the continent have taught ye." The last thing Beathan wanted to do at that moment was try and best his cousin with a sword. However, one look at his father told him that he would not be able to get out of such a fight. "Humor him," were the words his father mouthed, and Beathan knew he could not say no. A servant brought his weapon to him, and space was cleared in the middle of the room for their fight. The sword was one he had forged by a renowned swordsmith in Paris. It was a beautiful, gleaming beacon of silver that perfectly balanced in his hand. Andrew had chosen the same rapier he had been using since Beathan could remember. He knew his cousin had far nicer weapons available. He had, in fact, gifted him a few over the years. Why is he using that banged-up piece of metal? Beathan wondered, looking at the old, dented thing that Andrew was raising above his head. "We will fight or wound, not kill, cousin," Beathan said. It went without saying that this was not a duel in the truest sense of the word. No one had lost their honor, and therefore, neither of them could gain it back by winning this duel. It was being fought purely for Andrew's own amusement. Beathan had not fought with a sword, or fought at all, since leaving France, and he could feel his lack of practice as he moved. He dodged a few of his cousin's hits a second too late, missing the sword's tip by sheer luck. As the fight continued, however, Beathan gained in confidence. His strokes were more sure, his feet remembering instinctively when and how to move. He could see Andrew growing frustrated as he began to overpower him. His cousin's frown was something he was familiar with, but there was a strange look in his eye as he lunged forward, trying to clip Beathan on the arm. He jumped out of the way, and Andrew growled as he retreated. There is no point in this, Beathan realized. No point in continuing. It will only anger him. This was confirmed when he chanced to look back toward the front of the hall, where his father was subtly shaking his head and mouthing, "End it." Beathan did, with a lunge toward Andrew that caught him off guard. Beathan's sword grazed the length of his cousin's arm, scratching the skin just enough to draw blood. Just like that, the duel was over, and Beathan breathed a relieved sigh. He executed a bow to the crowd, who clapped politely, if a little nervously, as he and Andrew vacated their positions on the floor. Andrew's steps were quick and loud. Beathan knew he was purposefully stomping. The carpets covering the hall's floor were like the tapestries, and muted even the loudest of sounds. His cousin was being a petulant loser, and Beathan did not know how to calm him. He never had. Andrew took his seat next to Beathan's mother, and he saw her put her arm over the man's shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. He saw, too, Andrew shrug off his mother's arm, reaching across the table instead and filling his glass to nearly overflowing. Beathan would never understand Andrew. What did he want? He had everything, and yet he seemed so unhappy, so obsessed with proving himself, even though no one was ever questioning him. It doesn't make sense, Beathan thought as he too walked away. A servant came to take his sword from him, and Beathan handed it off gratefully. He was exhausted and sick of being a spectacle. He wanted to sit back, eat, and relax for the rest of the evening. This was his celebration. He was not meant to be the entertainment. He was meant to be entertained. Where was that acting troupe mother mentioned? Chapter 5. Beathan's question was answered a moment later when, Just after he had refilled his glass, his father called for the hall to quiet.
"Ladies and gentlemen," his father said, his voice overly loud in the sudden quiet.
"Now that our guest of honor,
me son Beathan, is seated, we will begin with the evening's entertainment.
I have invited the traveling troupe known as the Guild of Gentlemen and Ladies to amuse us with their plays and songs this evening.
I'm told they will be starting with the Beggar's Opera,
so please enjoy." A space had been made in front of the side of the hall across from the fires. A small stage made of wood had been erected, and Beathan could see a variety of props placed strategically across the structure.
The acting troupe entered from a side door, each player walking out with determined, sure steps.
Beathan's eyes glazed over them, hardly noticing any one face, until she appeared.
The woman in question was tall, nearly as tall as him.
Rather than walking, she seemed to practically float on the air, her back straight, her head held high as she took her place on the stage. Her costume was dark green velvet, which accentuated the bright copper color of her hair, which was shot through with golden deep auburn. Her green eyes twinkled with mischief, like she was enjoying a private joke with just herself.
Beathan wanted her instantly. And I will have her, he promised himself. One way or another, that lass would be in his bed before the night was out. Kirsteen was glad she had the lines for the Beggar's Opera memorized, because her attention was distracted throughout the whole of the performance. When the servants had spoken of the Laird's son, they had described his personality, but none had commented on his looks. This, Kirsteen thought, was truly a tragedy. For Beathan Dunn was by far the most handsome man she had ever seen. Wavy locks of dark brown hair framed his face, ending at the curve of his neck. His blue eyes were the color of the Mediterranean Sea in summer, an azure blue that one only ever saw in nature. His skin was tanned, no doubt from his travels abroad. And though he was well groomed, there was the hint of a beard on his face, softening the hard jawline and cheekbones she could see hints of beneath. Kirsteen could hardly tear her eyes away from him throughout the whole of the performance. And it was only through her natural grace that she did not fall flat on her buttocks as she danced the final set of the evening. When she stood up from her bow with the rest of the troupe, she could have sworn she saw the man looking at her, and it sent shivers of delight down her legs. It was not the first time she had liked the look of a patron, but as always, she would not act on it. Kirsteen was saving herself for love. She knew that in her world of acting and theatre, it was not uncommon for women to take lovers. The rules were different in her line of work. There was no expectation of her saving herself for marriage, of a husband who would be concerned about his wife's virtue. Kirsteen was not sure she would ever marry. All she wanted was a love like Madame Blanche and Fred's. She was saving herself for that, and she would not give herself up for anything less. Still, the man continued to be in her thoughts as she made her way to the tent, her arms full of her costume and props. Part of it, she knew, was that Beathan seemed too good to be true. Kirsteen had met enough patrons to think most of them greedy, vile humans polluted by their wealth and station. And yet, though Beathan had all the wealth he could ever want and more land than she had ever seen possessed by one person, he was also kind and good-natured, according to those who worked for him. There must be something wrong with him, Kirsteen reasoned as she settled into her cot, wrapping her quilt around her. No man could be so perfect. Her thoughts were in much the same vein the following night. Beathan had come to the hall dressed in a kilt of deep blue and emerald plaid, along with a shirt and waistcoat that gave Kirsteen the idea that beneath his clothes lay a muscular man possessed of nearly inhuman strength. She tried to distract herself from him by focusing on the performance. They had planned a comedy of manners for the evening that ended up generating a good deal of laughter from their audience. Kirsteen caught Beathan openly guffawing, and was disgruntled to find the man looked even more beautiful when he was in the throes of mirth. Her admiration of him came to an abrupt halt soon after the performance, however. Logan had arranged for them to use one of the castle's storage rooms to prepare
and Kirsteen had collapsed gratefully into the settee that had been shoved into a far corner. She was massaging the muscles of her legs and feet, which were sore from the walk she had done that morning around the lock, as well as the rehearsal for the next night's dance. The rest of the troupe was milling about, changing out of their costumes, wiping off rouge and coal black from their faces, when a knock sounded on the door outside. "Come in, we're decent," one of the troupe players yelled, and the door was opened to reveal the sour face of Logan. "Pardon the interruption," he said, his eyes trained on the ceiling far above them. "But Beathan requests the company of Miss Roy. He would like her to knock on his door in precisely 15 minutes. Some of the players snickered. For though they were decent in a sense, many of them were clothed in sheer shifts and drawers that no doubt scandalized the stiff Scotsman. "And what is it that Mr. Dunn wants?" Fred asked, walking to stand protectively in front of where Kirsteen was sitting. "He desires her company for the evening," Logan said, his true meaning clear. "Beathan wants to bed me." This was not the first time such a thing had happened after a performance. Kirsteen was often called to accompany a wealthy man for the night, though she always refused. Her virtue was her own to give, and she would not hand it over unless love was in the bargain. It did not matter how much these men offered her. She was saddened to realize that Beathan was in fact just like all the others. He might be kind to his household servants, but to visiting staff like her, he was just as pig-headed as the rest of the men of his ilk. Fred frowned, opening his mouth to protest, but Blanche spoke before he was able. "Fine. She will be along at the appropriate time," she said, her voice harsh and flat. Fred looked at his wife quizzically, and Kirsteen knew they would be having words the moment the door closed. Logan bid them adieu, muttering "very well," and shutting the door loudly behind him. "Blanche, what is the meaning of this? Why did you accept his invitation?" he asked, his face growing red with agitation. Kirsteen saw the other players gather their things and slip quietly out of the room, leaving the three of them to argue in peace. "Because," Blanche said, throwing her hands up in the air exasperatedly, "I am tired of these men thinking Kirsteen is something to be bought. Every country, every fine house we go to, the men do this." Turning to Kirsteen, she continued, "My dear, you are beautiful beyond compare, and one of the most talented dancers I have ever seen. But that does not give these men the right to think that just because of those things, you are bettable. You are not a prostitute, you are a dancer. I am so tired of these noble men confusing the two professions. I am going to give that Scot a piece of my mind." Fred shook his head. "No, you cannot. I know it annoys you, and it frustrates me as well, my darling. But his father is our patron. We need this money to buy more scripts, more costumes. We cannot anger them and risk being thrown out on only the second day." Blanche harumphed, crossing her arms and collapsing onto the settee beside Kirsteen. "Mammon," she said, addressing Blanche the way she did only when the woman was particularly upset. It always calmed her down, and this time was no different. The hard expression on the woman's face softened immediately, and her shoulders slumped down from where they had been held tight near her ears. "We cannot refuse him outright. I will not lie with him, of that I can assure you. But we must at least go and see him. He has summoned us, and as the son of the Laird, we cannot ignore his bidding." "She's right, my love," Fred said, kneeling in front of his wife and laying a hand on her knee. I know, Blanche muttered. "But mon Dieu, these men. Forget about them and help me dress," Kirsteen said, grabbing Blanche's hand. "I have no idea what to wear." 10 minutes later, Kirsteen and Blanche were outside Beathan's door. Kirsteen had changed into a dress of dark purple that made her eyes appear the green of an Irish hill after a spring rain, or so Blanche told her. Kirsteen knocked hesitantly on the door, and emitted a little yip of surprise when it was thrown open a moment later. Revealed to both women was the sight of Beathan Dunn in a thick silken robe, a glass of whiskey in one hand and his hair askew. Kirsteen was not sure she had ever seen a more dashing sight in all her life. "Good evening, Kirsteen," he said, holding the door open. His eyes widened when he took in Madame Blanche standing next to Kirsteen, a disgruntled look on her face. Beathan took on the same expression as he looked at both of them. He began. "I was expecting only Kirsteen. I'm afeard," he said to Madame Blanche. "Where Kirsteen goes, I go," Blanche said succinctly. Her tone brokered no arguments, and Kirsteen nearly laughed when she saw how cowed Beathan looked. "Very well then," he choked out, holding his hand out and ushering the two of them inside. The chambers themselves were even grander than Kirsteen had expected. She and Kirsteen walked into a room where the bed was the centerpiece, with a roaring fire off to one side of the room surrounded by a comfortable array of chairs and rugs. On the other side of the room was a dresser with a pitcher and small bowl sitting on it, and Kirsteen could see two doorways off to the left. No doubt they led to the man's washing and changing rooms. "Please, do be seated, ladies," Beathan said, his brogue slow and sensual as he escorted Kirsteen and Blanche to two chairs by the fire. He poured glasses of whiskey for them both, handing them off before taking a seat across from them. They were all silent a moment, Kirsteen taking a small sip of whiskey and immediately regretting it. It tasted like moldy grass and made her throat burn. She only hoped she hid the grimace on her face. "It's not for everyone, that," Beathan said, nodding at her glance. "Excellent." I didn't hide my grimace after all, Kirsteen realized. "It is interesting. I do believe I prefer wine, though," Kirsteen said, setting the glass down on a table between her chair and Blanche's. "Aye, as well ye might. Goes down a fair sight smoother than this does, but ye get used to the burn, ye can," he said, laughing as he emptied his glass down his throat. Kirsteen glanced over at Blanche, who was looking supremely uncomfortable. She was gripping the glass so tightly that Kirsteen would not be surprised if the whole thing shattered to pieces. And she was glaring at Beathan rather more openly than was polite. "I assume ye both ken why ye've been brought here this evening, Miss Roy and?" Beathan said, waiting for Blanche to introduce herself. "Madame Blanche," she said, holding out her hand. Beathan took it and kissed it with reverence, and Kirsteen could see Blanche relaxing slightly, a small smile playing at her mouth. She might think Beathan a disrespectful brute, but she was powerless against a man who followed decorum. "A pleasure to meet you both," Beathan said, placing Madame Blanche's hand back in her lap. He stood up then, to refill his glass from a decanter on the hearth's mantel. "As I was saying," he said as he poured liquid into his glass, "ye ken why ye're here?" "Indeed, yes. It is not the first time such a thing has happened after a performance," Kirsteen told him. "I can well imagine. A lass looking like ye day," he said, chuckling to himself as he replaced the top on the decanter and sat back down. It was then that Blanche spoke, all previous amiability resulting from the kiss gone from her tone. "Just because she is beautiful does not mean she can be bought, Mr. Dunn. My Kirsteen does not offer such services. She is a performer of the stage, not the bedroom. We might not be nearly as rich as yourself, Mr. Dunn, but I would never stoop so low as to sell my daughter. Not even to a man like you." Beathan had been sipping his whiskey as Blanche spoke, but at this, he set down his glass, his eyebrows raised in surprise. "Ye sound offended, ma'am," he told her, leaning forward. This caused his robe to gape, and Kirsteen was treated to a truly delicious view of his chest, sculpted with muscle and covered in dark curly hair. She longed to reach her fingers out and feel the small curls beneath her fingers. "I am offended. Very much so, sir." Blanche huffed. "Well, for that, I am truly sorry," Beathan said, the humor leaving his face. "I did not mean to cause offense, ye ken. I've spent the last 2 years in Europe, and I suppose things are a mite different there than here. The dancers I met with were more amenable to such activities. I suppose I assumed the same would be true of performers here. I thought ye were a more open-minded people. I apologize for my confusion, Mr. Dunn. But am I to understand that you asked me here not to offer you my services as a prostitute, but rather as a short-term lover?" Kirsteen asked, curious. The man's answer would dramatically alter her perception of him. If he wanted to pay to bed her, that was one thing. If, however, he wanted to make love to her out of pure desire, then perhaps he was not so wholly terrible after all. "The second one, lass. I dinna pay for me women, ever," he said, emphasizing the last word. Kirsteen looked from Blanche to the man and back, then sighed in relief. "Well, that is good to hear. Does that mean you're interested?" he asked, perking up. "No," Kirsteen responded instantly. Beathan deflated, and she was quick to add, "No, I am saving myself for love. I will not give my virtue away to someone I must leave in 6 days. You seem kind and good, and I am sure you are well aware of your own good looks. But I am looking for the love of a lifetime, not of a moment." Well, that makes sense, I suppose," Beathan conceded. There was silence again, and then Blanche nodded and stood up. "Well, now that this has been solved, I believe we should retire to the tent. We have to rehearse early tomorrow. Come along, Marfie," she said, holding her hand out for Kirsteen to take. "Wait," Beathan said, stopping her with his palm raised in the air. "Please, join me for just one drink. I'll give ye wine if ye want, but please dinna leave just yet." Blanche paused, waiting for him to continue. Kirsteen knew her adopted mother would only stay if there were good reason. Blanche liked going to bed early after a performance. She said a rested voice was of paramount importance to people in their line of work. And Kirsteen was inclined to agree. However, she did not want to go. Not yet. Not when they had this intriguing man all to themselves. "I find myself rather fascinated by ye two lasses. Please, would ye sit with me a while and talk? If ye find me a bore, ye are more than welcome to leave at any point." Kirsteen agreed immediately, before Blanche could so much as think of refusing. She wanted to get to know this man more, and she could not possibly pass up such an open opportunity to do so. She could feel Blanche relent, and then the woman collapsed back into her chair. "Fine," she said. Her tone was disgruntled, but Kirsteen saw a trace of a smile on her protector's face as she settled back into her seat. It was clear that Blanche liked the challenging man that was Beathan Dunn. "Excellent. Excellent," Beathan repeated, smiling at them both as he leapt up and grabbed a decanter of wine. Kirsteen couldn't help swooning a bit at his smile. He was almost too handsome for words. Chapter 6. Beathan listened to Kirsteen and Blanche talk and found himself amazed by their backstories. When he first saw her, Beathan had assumed that Kirsteen would be enough to entertain him for a few nights of bed sport and nothing more. She had the beauty and body he was looking for. But what he didn't realize was that there was something even more alluring within her. A fortitude that, once spared, made him all the more eager to get to know the woman who possessed it. Kirsteen Roy was indeed far more than a captivating body. She had dealt with more adversity in 12 years than most people experienced in a lifetime, and yet, when he looked into her eyes, he did not see bitterness or regret. He saw intelligence, excitement, and a joie de vivre like he had never seen. He spent more than an hour and a half listening to her and Blanche talk about the various countries they had visited, the plays they had performed, the people they met. Blanche had been similarly afflicted with tragedy. And yet Beathan knew that she was the strongest woman he had ever met, excepting his own mother. She carried herself with a strength he had not seen in even the best warriors, and her biting, humorous remarks were welcome. She treated Beathan like any other man, like they were equals. After a lifetime of being bowed to and revered, it was rather refreshing. Beathan was sorely disappointed when the women eventually bid him good night, using the excuse that they really did have to get up early to rehearse. "Will ye tell me what performance I can expect tomorrow, lasses?" he asked as he held the door open for them. "Of course not." Kirsteen gasped with fake shock. "It is to be a surprise, sir. It wouldn't be nearly as entertaining if you were expecting it. That's partly what makes theatre so delightful in the first place." As he watched them walk away, Beathan thought to himself that the same was true of life. It was not nearly so entertaining as when pleasant surprises occurred. And Kirsteen Roy was most assuredly a pleasant surprise. Beathan's good mood carried through all the way until the next afternoon, when his cousin requested his presence in his chambers. After their duel, Andrew had been cold to him, despite Beathan telling him that it was only because his cousin used an old sword that he had been bested. In response, Andrew had said, "I have been using that sword in practice for months and I never lost. It's not the sword, cousin. It's me." This self-pitying attitude of Andrew was what most frustrated Beathan. But he knew from experience that the only thing to do was to let it pass. There was no comforting Andrew, no calming him down. The family just had to wait until he decided to stop acting like a petulant child and start acting like a man again. It could take anything from a few weeks to a few months, though Beathan was anxiously hoping it would be the former. However, it was not looking that way when Beathan entered his cousin's chambers. He found Andrew leaning against his window, his arms crossed over his chest, sulking moodily. "Ye called for me, cousin?" Beathan asked in a jovial tone as he entered the room. It looked different than when he had seen it last. New tapestries hung on the wall, the coverlet on the bed had been changed, and a blue rug now occupied the floor, rather than the previous red. There too were new weapons leaning against the wall. 2 new rapiers were propped up, and there was a quiver of arrows nearby. His fletchings were blue and green, and the case that held them looked to be of new leather. "When did you get these?" Beathan asked, striding forward and picking up the case. He was reaching out to touch one of the feathers when Andrew suddenly jumped off the window and toward him, nearly tackling Beathan to the ground. "Don't touch them. They're mine," he shouted, ripping the case from Beathan's hands and gingerly placing it back in its original position against the wall. "Cripes, Andrew. Ye scared the life out of me. What's wrong with ye?" Beathan shouted, his breath coming fast and hard. "Ye touched my things. Ye ken I dinna like it when people do that," he growled. Beathan swallowed the comments he wanted to give in response. About that was how a child, not a man, acted, and instead said, "All right. Understood. Now, why have ye called me here?" "I just wanted to talk about the duel," Andrew grumbled as he took his place at the window once again. "Och, Andrew. Leave it be. It was a simple sword fight. I told ye, if ye'd used a proper sword, ye never would a lost to me. Ye're as good a swordsman as I am, if not better." This was a lie. Beathan knew he was the better swordsman, but he knew it wouldn't serve to tell Andrew that. He'd only grow even glummer with self-pity. "I want a rematch," Andrew said, looking up at Beathan. "Tomorrow, in the fencing room. We'll use the rapiers," he said, nodding toward the 2 swords Beathan had noticed earlier. "It'll be an even fight that way." Fine, whatever ye like, Andrew," Beathan said, growing truly exhausted with this line of conversation. Why did his cousin have to be so tedious? Good. Meet me at 11 tomorrow morning. And do not expect to beat me so easily this time, Andrew said. Now go, he added, turning back toward the window. That is all. He banished Beathan like he was nothing more than a servant, and he couldn't help feeling a little disrespected. He rolled his eyes as he said goodbye and strode out of Andrew's chambers, wondering what he had done to deserve such a strange man for a family member. Beathan knew that his uncle had been a kind, gracious man, and he wondered why those traits hadn't been passed to his son. It was an odd thing, indeed. Kirsteen was standing outside of her tent, looking anxiously up at the castle in the distance. She was supposed to be walking to the stables, where she and Beathan were to set off on an afternoon ride around the hills. However, instead of striding forward, her feet were rooted to the ground as her mind raced. Should I have refused? This thought had been running through her head for the last day and a half. She and Beathan had spent the last 3 days together, going on long walks, exploring the castle's library and getting to know each other all the while. She had known halfway through that first afternoon that what she was engaging in was perhaps the most dangerous thing she had ever done. The danger came from the fact that the more Kirsteen knew of Beathan, the more she liked him. And this was not a fascination like any she had ever experienced. With every passing day, she was growing more and more sure that with time, she could come to love Beathan Dunn. He was an honest, amusing and kind man who told stories that made her practically shout with laughter. He had a caring greeting for every person, noble or not, that he passed, and he was even holding lessons for the local village children to learn archery. He was, in short, exactly the kind of man she had always imagined spending the rest of her life with. Which was rather problematic, considering that she and the rest of the troop were leaving in 4 days. Kirsteen therefore knew it was dangerous to spend even more time with Beathan. Her feelings would only grow deeper, and that could not happen. She did not want to feel heartbroken as she left Castle Dunn. She could not afford to do so. She had kept hold of her virtue and thus far avoided men precisely because she only wanted to fall in love once. She did not want heartbreak or the pain of lost love. She wanted her love to last, and for that, she had to fall in love with a man who could love her in return. And that man was, unfortunately, not Beathan Dunn. A man of Beathan's status would not be able to be with her. For one thing, Kirsteen knew that men of his station had to marry. And marry someone who possessed if not the same title and money as them, then at least some sort of connection that would behove their families. And Kirsteen was in possession of none of those things. She had no title, no wealth to speak of. All she had were her feelings, which were very much in danger of being dashed to pieces. Therefore, Kirsteen knew she should stride to the stables and refuse to go ride with Beathan. She could make up an excuse. Rehearsals, costume repair. There were so many things she could conceivably have to do instead. But every time she thought about the look of disappointment on Beathan's handsome face, she paused. You cannot stand here forever, she reminded herself. She could feel her boots beginning to sink into the wet mud beneath her feet. And she would have to move soon if she did not want to spend the rest of the afternoon cleaning them. You can bend your body backwards and balance on your hands. Surely if you can do that, you can tell a man you don't want to go riding with him? Lass. Kirsteen looked up to find Beathan riding toward her, a second horse tied to the one on which he was currently sitting. Lord, he looks even more handsome atop a horse, she realized with dismay. Does he ever look unattractive? I couldn't find ye by the stables, so I thought I would see in the camp, he said, smiling at her as he jumped down off the saddle and strode toward her. Would ye like some help getting onto your saddle? He asked, taking her hand and leading her to her own horse. It was a lovely brown stallion with a speckled nose and a tail that was swishing excitedly back and forth. Kirsteen stuttered, but Beathan did not give her time to respond. Instead, he slid his hands onto her hips and, with seemingly no effort, lifted her up and onto the horse. "I assume ye ride astride," he said, fixing her skirts so they laid flat against her legs. God, but his touch was delicious. "Yes, I do," she answered, trying to school her face into a mask of calm as she grasped the reins. "The best women always do," he told her with a twinkle in his eye. "Is that so?" she asked as she watched him make his way back to his own horse. "Aye, lass. It shows they are really concerned over much with propriety. I might be the son to a laird, but I can appreciate someone who breaks the rules, ye ken," he said with a wicked grin. Kirsteen couldn't help smiling at his sauciness as she set her horse off at a swift clop. Beathan followed, gaining in speed until he was in front of her, leading the way past the edge of the hills and into the forest. They chatted little as they rode, both instead choosing to admire the scenery. The forest was scattered with leaves of every shade of red and gold, and sunlight dappled through, creating interesting shadows on the ground. The air was tinged with moisture, which was a blessing against Kirsteen's flushed cheeks. Kirsteen was about to call out and ask if they might not make their way round to the loch, when her attention was distracted by a sound like whistling. A second later, an arrow flew past her, its fletching brushing against her neck as it passed, landing eventually dead center in a tree just ahead. She gasped in surprise, nearly falling off her saddle as she craned her head to see who had shot at her. Her heart was beating rapidly, her breaths coming quickly as she looked around, seeing nothing but trees and Beathan's horse just ahead of her. Beathan had stopped the moment the arrow hit the tree, rearing his horse onto its hind legs in his haste to turn around. He didn't even think of stopping to retrieve the arrow. Instead, he was focused solely on Kirsteen. He rode straight toward her, stopping his horse close enough that he was able to reach across her and lay a hand on her cheek. "Lass, are ye all right?" he asked. Kirsteen shook her head. "No, I don't think I am," she said, still looking around her. "I think someone just tried to kill me." Chapter 7. Kirsteen's eyes glazed over as Beathan leaned toward her, checking to see if she was wounded. Her porcelain pale neck had the slightest scratch to it, a bright pink mark that made his blood boil when he saw it. Beathan didn't care if what happened was an accident. He blamed himself. He should have been riding next to her, not in front of her. He would have heard the whistling sound she was describing as well, and known instantly that it was an arrow and that she was in danger. He had been careless, and now the lass was paying the price. "Kirsteen?" he whispered, turning her cheek to face him. She looked through, rather than at him, and he could tell that no matter what words he spoke, she would not hear them. Still, he spoke anyway, hoping that at the very least, his voice might calm her. "Lass," he said, stroking his thumb over her cheek, "I'm gonna take ye back to your camp. I will send someone to take care of the mark, but ye should be with your family right now. They will ken how best to care for ye." He hated that he couldn't care for her himself, couldn't spirit her away to his chambers and protect her. But he didn't have that luxury. She wasn't his to protect, after all. They had not even kissed. Beathan took hold of the reins of Kirsteen's horse and led it and his carefully back through the forest and past the hill. It took far longer than it normally would have, but he did not want to spook Kirsteen when she was looking so fragile and scared. Madame Blanche and her husband Frederick saw him coming. They were smiling at first, but their smiles vanished the moment they caught sight of the look on Kirsteen's face. "What happened?" Blanche yelled as she hurried toward them. She practically dragged Kirsteen off the horse and into her arms, hugging her close to her bosom and cupping the back of the lass head. "We were shot at. I dinna ken who did it, or why, but an arrow grazed her neck. She doesn't seem to be hurt, but she looks a mite shocked." so I thought it best to bring her to ye." Blanche nodded, barely listening to Beathan. Instead, she seemed intent on calming Kirsteen with quiet words whispered in the lass' ear. Beathan noticed that the lass did not seem to be reacting much. Her eyes still unfocused, her mouth slack as she leaned her head on Blanche's shoulder. He wanted to go over, lay a hand on her, do something. But one look at Fred told him that such overtures would not be welcome. Indeed, Kirsteen's father figure was looking rather enraged as he stood, his arms crossed, his face set in a scowl. Beathan knew the sign of a man about to explode, and so he waited, bracing himself for the words that came next. And come they did, a torrent of invectives and slander that made Beathan wince as he heard it. "This is your fault, Mr. Dunn. Yours and yours only. I might respect your father, but it's clear that your clan is just like the rest of our patrons. They don't care a whit for people of our station. Someone from that castle has seen you and Kirsteen spending time together and, rather than objecting with words, they have done so with their actions." Beathan stuttered, struggling to formulate an answer. "I'm not entirely sure what ye meanin', Frederick. I dinna ken how my clan has anything to do with this attack," he said, shaking his head in confusion. Fred scoffed, rolling his eyes and looking over at Blanche and Kirsteen as if to say, "Can you believe this dunce?" Beathan did not particularly appreciate this, but he knew the man was being protective of the woman he considered like a daughter to him. So he kept his mouth shut. It would not do to get on the wrong side of Kirsteen's parental figures. Not if he was hoping on extending their assignation into the long term. "Kirsteen is below your class, Mr. Dunn," Fred explained. "You're the heir to a lairdship, while she is a performer. And though I think her the most outstanding woman, other than my wife, that I have ever known, I am well aware of how she is viewed by the rest of society," he said, looking as though the words pained him to admit. "I believe your clan holds these same beliefs. And someone within your ranks does not appreciate you two running around together. I think they wanted to eliminate Kirsteen. To what end, I do not know. All I know is that my daughter is wounded, and that it is by association your fault. If ye will pardon my language, Frederick," Beathan said, now truly angry. "That's a load of shite. No one in that castle would do such a thing. As you said, I am heir to the lairdship, and therefore anyone, lass or otherwise, that I decide to spend my time with is treated with due deference. My clan wouldn't do this. I can assure ye of that." Fred and Madame Blanche were silent after he finished. No doubt shocked that he had cursed in the presence of not one, but two lasses. But Beathan, while mild-mannered in general, would not stand for someone insulting his clan. He knew that Madame Blanche and Frederick were of a similar mind. He had seen it that first night when Madame Blanche so vehemently defended Kirsteen's honor. And again just now with Fred. There were not many Sossenocks who would so willingly take on a Scottish laird's son. And Beathan had respect for any man who did so. Frederick was a head shorter than Beathan and twice as wide. And yet he had the same ferocious gaze of the warriors Beathan had done battle against. Kirsteen, her mother and father, were all more than deserving of his respect. However, though Beathan knew they were good people at heart, he could not help feeling a little disgruntled at how Madame Blanche and Fred were glaring at him now, as if they did not believe a word coming out of his mouth. This was confirmed when Fred spoke. "They might be loyal to most, but I have seen prejudiced actions like this before. None so violent, mind you, but similar at the root. I will not hesitate to leave, Mr. Dunn, if I feel that my people are in danger." Beathan's heart plunged down into his stomach at the thought of Kirsteen leaving. He could not bear it. Not when he was just getting to know the lass. "Please," he said, looking from Fred to Madame Blanche and back again. Kirsteen's eyes were following him as well, but he knew if he looked in them now, he would be lost, incapable of speech. He needed to concentrate if he was to get his point across. "This will not happen again. I can assure ye of it. This castle is full of the best warriors in Scotland. Please trust me to use my men, my resources, to find whoever attacked Kirsteen. I will not rest until I have found who did this to her. Of that I can well promise ye." Fred glared at Beathan rather than responding, so Beathan added, "Sir, I might not ken Kirsteen as ye day, but I care for her. I dinna want nothing bad to happen to her, and I'm sorry she was harmed today." He hoped that the noble form of address, coupled with the confession of his feelings, would go some way to swaying the troop to stay. "Fine. But if you don't find them—" Fred began, but Beathan held up a hand to interrupt him. "I will, Frederick. I promise you. I promise you, Madame Blanche, and Kirsteen, that I will not rest until this person has been found." This seemed to somewhat appease Fred, whose face gradually reduced in color until it resembled a pale peach rather than a blood-red apple. He lost the angry gleam in his eye as well, and bowed slightly at Beathan before turning back to his family, effectively bidding the man adieu. Beathan was glad to have won over Fred and Madame Blanche, but he did not know how Kirsteen had taken his words. Did she believe him when he said he cared for her? That he would do his utmost to protect her? Kirsteen raised her head from Madame Blanche's shoulder just before Beathan was about to turn around and walk toward his horse. Her beautiful green eyes met his, and he felt his desire for her in every bone in his body. She burned him with a scorching look, one that spoke of her own feelings for him, which he could only hope were a fraction as deep as his own. He kept his eyes on her all the way to his horse, looking back over his shoulder until he reached the hill. He could not bear to let her out of his sight, but eventually, he had to. After all, he had an attacker to find. Beathan swiftly returned Kirsteen's horse to the stables before riding back out into the woods, intent on getting the arrow that would hopefully lead him to the person who had tried to kill Kirsteen. His thighs were sore from his earlier sparring with Andrew, and Beathan couldn't help wondering if his fatigued muscles might not have contributed to his slow reaction to the attack. Not only had he missed any signs it was about to occur, but he had also left the arrow on the tree, an error he wouldn't have made if he was in his right mind. "I should have refused Andrew the rematch. I would have been sharper, and maybe I could have prevented all this. Saved the lass, found the attacker, gotten the arrow. I wouldn't have been so useless," he thought, cursing himself and his cousin as he rode. From this worry came a far more serious one. A worry that chilled him even more than the arrow being lost in the woods, and therefore any evidence of the attack gone. What if, instead of Kirsteen, the attack had been aimed at him? What if he was the target? What if it was him that someone wanted dead? He rode even faster then, for it was on him that the future of the Lairdship depended. He could not die. His father, their family legacy, the village, the people, they all needed him. Though Kirsteen knew Fred had meant well in confronting Beathan earlier that day, she was, as ever, embarrassed by the man's temper. Fred was the very gentlest of men, until he got angry. And then his normally pale face turned a putrid shade of red. The vein in his forehead stood out, and suddenly he went from a soft-spoken actor to a fierce warrior. He only ever grew angry when one of his own had been hurt or insulted in some way. And though Kirsteen knew that this meant he loved her dearly, she cringed remembering the words he had said to Beathan. He had treated Beathan like he was a man to be lectured, talked down to, rather than the son of a laird. Kirsteen was honestly surprised that Beathan had not thrown them out on the spot, with how insolent Fred was being. How dare Fred accuse Beathan's clan of plotting to kill her? It was not Beathan or his clan's fault that she had been nearly hit with an arrow. Kirsteen highly doubted the incident was anything near so nefarious. It was far more likely that someone nearby was practicing their shooting. Perhaps one of the village children who took lessons from Beathan. They had taken their shot, missed, and most likely thought the arrow disappeared into the forest, not realizing there was anyone within who might get hurt. All those dramas we keep performing are obviously going to Fred's head, Kirsteen thought. Still, as she lay down to bed that night, She could not help feeling that perhaps this was a sign that she should limit the time she spent with Beathan. After all, hadn't Frederick agreed with her when he said that she and Beathan weren't suited? Beathan might seem like the perfect man, but Fred was right. Their difference in station made a relationship between them impossible. As long as Beathan was heir to a lairdship and Kirsteen remained a dancer, they could not be together. And she would not fall in love for anything less than forever. No matter how much she might want the man, she couldn't have him. And, as she closed her eyes and tucked her hands under her cheek, Kirsteen decided that for the rest of the week, she would avoid spending time alone with him. She would be polite and friendly, as performers must be, but she would not accept any more invitations for long horse rides or walks or anything of the sort. To do so would only be putting her heart at risk. And that was a risk that Kirsteen could not afford to take. Chapter 8. We can't find any sign of it, Beathan's friend, Graham Campbell, told him. We looked all over the forest, ye ken, but there was nothing. Whoever shot that arrow must have collected it right after you left with the lass. All we could find was a few bits of wood from the arrow stuck in the tree where it hit. But even that is of no help. It's just like any other arrow, Beathan. Nothing special about it, from the looks of the wood, at least. Beathan gave a frustrated sigh. He had sent Graham and 5 of the guards from the castle to look for the arrow that had so narrowly missed Kirsteen's head. This was after he had combed the forest himself and found nothing. They had looked all afternoon and well into the night for signs of the arrow or its shooter. But apparently, nothing had turned up. And this, more than anything, was what made his blood run cold. The killer was still out there, and that meant Beathan was vulnerable. The attacker could strike at any moment. He could only hope his instincts would be enough to avoid giving the attacker the outcome he so heartily craved. Mayhaps ye should speak to your father about it, Graham suggested. Ye ken he's far more experienced in these things than either of us. Time is of the utmost importance with these things, Beathan, and ye ken that me and the other men don't ken enough about these matters to be of much use. If ye are to protect yourself, my friend, ye need to speak to your father. Beathan knew his friend was right, but he had hoped he would not have to involve his father in this matter. His father did not need the stress that a vigilante shooter out to kill his son would cause him. The physicians had ordered his father not to partake in any strenuous activities, which included fast rides on the horse and hunts. But Beathan knew his father. If his son was in danger, he would stop at nothing to find the killer. And that included combing the forest and the surrounding areas every minute of the day until the killer was found. It would kill him, Beathan knew, and he couldn't take that risk. Risking his own life was bad enough. He would not risk the Laird's. No. I will not tell him just yet. I will go back into the woods myself, today and every day after. I will catch whoever did this. And I will do it on me own. Graham threw Beathan a judgmental look that told him just how foolish that plan sounded, but Beathan waved his friend off. I will. When my father is gone, matters like these will be my duty. I best start now, and save the old man the trouble in the bargain. Whatever you wish, Beathan. I'll give ye any help ye need, but ye ken how I feel, Graham said, shrugging and turning to stare at the hills in the distance. Beathan knew Graham disagreed with him, but he was glad his friend was at least kind enough not to openly dissuade him. Stubbornness ran in the Dunn clan. Graham knew well enough that if Beathan decided on something, he would not go back on his word. Thank ye, Graham. Ye're a good friend, ye are, Beathan said, before also turning his head to look out at the scenery before them. They had taken a ride out around the grounds to discuss Graham's findings, or lack thereof. Beathan needed the soothing sensation of the wind on his cheeks, and he also needed the privacy that only the outdoors could give them. He had asked the acting troupe not to relay the previous day's events to anyone else in the castle. He did not want to cause a panic among the many guests and servants in the castle to that end. He was keeping all conversations of the attack to the outdoors, where the likelihood of being overheard was low. Looking out over the hills, Beathan could just make out the acting troops' camp. He wondered if Kirsteen was there even now. He knew rehearsals were finished for the day. The troupe would be biding their time until the evening's performance. Beathan longed to see the lass's face. He had not seen her since his altercation with Fred the day before. She had still performed, which he heartily disagreed with. He had half a mind to tell Fred off for making the lass work when she was so obviously affected. But he knew it was not his place. He did not want to anger the man further, nor did he want to embarrass the lass. He had tried looking for her after the performance, to check on her, but he'd found the acting troupe's room in the castle locked. They have retired early, Logan had told him in that frustratingly even tone he had. Beathan had staved off anxious thoughts about the lass having a change of heart, telling himself she had simply gone back to the tents early to change for him. The last 2 nights after the performance, they had adjourned to Beathan's sitting room, nursing wine by the fire and chatting. He had waited up until far later than was necessary, hoping the lass would knock on his door. But when no knock came, Beathan had worried that not only was the lass avoiding him, but perhaps their resignation was over. Perhaps she wanted nothing to do with him, now. Beathan had no sleep all night, instead tossing and turning, worrying that despite Fred's assurances to the contrary, they would be gone the next morning, and he would never get to gaze on her bonny face again. I need to go to her, to reassure both her and myself, Beathan realized as he looked at the top of the troops' tents. I think I'll head inside, Graham. I've things to attend to, he told Graham as he turned his horse around. He did not wait for his friend's response, instead thundering back toward the castle, his mind focused on finding the lass and showing her exactly how much he wanted her to stay. Kirsteen idly touched the scratch on her neck as she walked along the wall. She had gone exploring the castle again this morning, though her usual partner in such activities was absent. She was determined to keep her promise to herself and avoid Beathan, and thus far she had succeeded. It was nearing the afternoon and she had not yet laid eyes on him. She hoped she could continue the streak into the evening, avoiding him everywhere except at the performance. Even then, she planned to affix her eyes to one of the tapestries on the wall and speak and dance only to it, rather than to the man who she knew she had performed for the last few nights. When Beathan watched her, Kirsteen felt like she was dancing and acting for him and him alone. It was a heady feeling, and one she knew she needed to avoid. She knew if she locked eyes with Beathan, all those feelings would come rushing back, and she would be powerless against them. I cannot let myself be powerless. And so Kirsteen was spending her day alone, looking at the paintings of generations of Dunn ancestors that decorated a wall in one of the castle's many sitting rooms. Kirsteen could see Beathan's strong jaw, long nose, thick eyebrows and dark, wavy hair reflected in many of the men that had come before him, though none were quite as handsome as he. The women of the family were beautiful, soft where the men were hard, their cheeks plump, their lips full, and a teasing glint in their eyes as they stared at whoever painted them. It was clear the Dunn family was an attractive lineage indeed, and Kirsteen found herself wondering how such features would mix with those of her own family. She began to contemplate what a child born of her and Beathan's love might look like. Would their daughter have her red hair, his blue eyes? Would their son be possessed of his father's waves, her freckles? Kirsteen knew these were dangerous thoughts, but she could not help them. She might be doing her utmost to avoid Beathan himself, but she could not help it if he invaded her thoughts from time to time, or minute to minute, if she was being honest with herself. Focus on the portraits, Kirsteen told herself, moving on to another wall full of Dunn ancestors from the 13th century. She lost herself in the paintings, focusing on minute details like brushwork and color palette in an attempt to distract herself. This worked so well that she did not hear the creak of the door opening, or the sound of footsteps behind her. Not until it was too late. Kirsteen. Beathan breathed into her ear. Kirsteen screeched, jumping in the air with surprise. She whipped her head around to find Beathan standing far closer than was proper. She could almost touch his nose with hers, and could feel his hot breath on her cheeks. An oddly erotic sensation that sent heat barreling straight to her core. "I have been looking for you all throughout the castle, lass," he told her, taking a step closer. Kirsteen responded with a step back that sent her right into the painting she had moments ago been admiring. The painting wobbled where it hung on the wall, and Kirsteen gasped, quickly moving to the side lest it fall on her. Beathan reached out and steadied the canvas with his hand. The painting immediately stilled, as though it knew better than to disobey the future master of the house. "Ye seem a mite skittish, Kirsteen," Beathan said, moving to stand in front of her. Kirsteen loved the way he said her name, the way the R rolled in his mouth. It sounded far more beautiful in his brogue than her common English accent. "I just wasn't expecting you. I thought I was alone in here," she said as an excuse for her jumpiness. Beathan raised an eyebrow, letting her know he did not believe her lies. "I have been admiring the portraits of your ancestors," she said, changing the subject. "Aye? And what day ye think of them?" Beathan asked, scanning his eyes across the paintings next to Kirsteen's right side. "They're very beautiful. You have exceptional ancestry, really. I am sure my own family is not half so attractive." "I wouldn't be so sure of that, lass," Beathan quipped, making Kirsteen blush a deep rose. Kirsteen did not quite know how to respond to that, so she didn't, choosing silence instead. It seemed a far better option, considering how nervous Beathan was making her. He was still close enough to touch, and Kirsteen found her traitorous fingers aching to reach out and grasp him. To feel the steel muscles beneath his soft skin. To place her hand over his heart and know if it was beating quite as fast as hers. "Lass," Beathan breathed, and Kirsteen saw his fingers twitch at his sides. His hands clenching and unclenching in a fist. "How are ye? I didn't see ye after the performance last night. How is your scratch? Is it healing?" "It is fine. I am fine. You do not need to worry about me, Mr. Dunn," she whispered. "Och, but I day, lass. I worry about ye all the time. There is not a moment that ye are not in me thoughts," he rasped in reply, closing the distance between them. "I hate myself for letting ye get hurt. I'm meant to protect ye. To keep ye from harm," he said, reaching out and tracing a finger down the small scratch on Kirsteen's neck. The touch sent another lick of fire down Kirsteen's body. She was powerless to stop the sharp intake of breath her body gave as Beathan repeated the motion, tracing back up the scratch into her jaw. He tickled the space beneath, letting his finger gradually graze onto her chip, and then her lower lip. "Ye canny ken how I have wanted ye, lass. How I have held myself back from doing what I wish," he told her, pulling her lower lip down just enough to bare her teeth. "And what is it you wish, Mr. Dunn?" she asked, feeling disappointment crush through her when Beathan dropped his hand from her mouth. The disappointment was replaced a moment later with pleasure, however, as Beathan moved his hand to cup her jaw, leaning in and whispering, "This, lass," before capturing her mouth in a scorching kiss. Kirsteen had been kissed by a few men in her travels. There was a French singer in Paris who had gifted her with her first kiss, and a Spaniard who had surprised her at the end of a performance with a peck on her cheek. But that was as far as she had gone. She knew that kissing led to acts that would cause her to lose her virtue. She might like the way a kiss made her feel, but she was not willing to risk deepening it, and the risk that the actions it led to might cause her. But none of those compared to what she was doing with Beathan now. For he was not merely kissing her. He was claiming her with his lips, owning her with his touch, telling her with each and every caress that she was his and no one else's. And Kirsteen, for all that she had tried so desperately to avoid just such a situation. Found that Beathan's kiss was worth breaking all her rules. His touch was worth 1,000 years of heartbreak and suffering. For with his fingers tracing a line down her neck and onto her bosom, into the delicious cleft of her cleavage that her dress exposed, Kirsteen felt her whole body erupt with pleasure. She was powerless to stop him as he fastened his hands to her waist, lifting her up and onto him, her legs instinctively curling around his waist. Kirsteen, her own seat of need, pressed though the fabric of her dress against the hardness of Beathan hidden beneath his kilt. And this drove her truly mad, causing her to pull the Scot closer by his collar, until she could feel the whole shape of him crushed against her front. "Lass," Beathan rasped, breaking away from her lips and panting furiously. "Ye have to ken how I feel about ye. I ken we've only known each other but a few days. But I, he stuttered, shaking his head. "I want ye. I need ye. Please say ye'll be mine. Even if it's just for these few days. Please say it, lass. Else I dinna ken what I'll do. I am yours," Kirsteen said, sealing her words with a kiss. "For now, for always," she added in her head, as she fell deeper into Beathan's embrace. She knew she was going against everything she believed in, but she could not find it in herself to care. All she wanted, all she knew, all she craved, was in her arms. Nothing else but him mattered. Chapter 9. Beathan could barely concentrate during the evening's performance. He couldn't look at Kirsteen without remembering the moans she had made when he kissed her neck, the rose-hued blush that spread across her chest the more they kissed. He wondered if she was similarly affected on stage, imagining their kiss in between the dancing and singing. Was her body still on fire like his? Could she still feel his lips on hers, his hands exploring the delicious curves of her body? "I think I like this one best, son." Beathan's father leaned in and whispered in his ear, breaking him out of his erotic reverie. He turned toward his father to see the man nodding toward the stage, where Fred had just broken into a bawdy song. "They're well worth the coin, son. I dinna think I've laughed so much in years," his father said excitedly, his cheeks pink with amusement as he turned back to the stage. Beathan looked at his father and wondered the last time he had seen him so happy. He had looked miserable for so long that Beathan had almost forgotten what the Laird's smile even looked like. Even after Beathan had finally agreed to his grand tour, his father had not been happy, not really. He was glad Beathan was going off to experience new things, but he would miss him. Beathan was not ashamed to admit that both he and his father had shed a few tears the day he left for Dorset. But his father had beamed the day he returned, and every day thereafter. Beathan's mother had told him more than once that his return had done more for his father's health than all the tonics and treatments the physicians had tried in the years he had been gone. Thinking on all this, Beathan suddenly realized something. My death would kill him. If the attacker kills me, he'll effectively kill Faither, too. Beathan knew how important it was that the Dunn legacy be carried on by its true heir, the son of the Laird. And he knew the family legacy was in danger as long as that killer with a bow and arrow was on the loose. This, more than anything else, more than Graham's pleas, was what made Beathan decide to ask for his father's help in finding the killer. Because while his father might overextend himself looking for the person who put his son in danger, that was healthier than the decline in health grief over Beathan's death would cause him. He needed to involve his father, for both of their sakes. Which is why, as soon as the performance was over and the hall was emptied of people, Beathan strode to his father's sitting room, where he knew he would find the man sipping whiskey and reading one of the historical tomes he so favored. He knocked on the door twice, waiting for his father's call of, come in, before entering. Beathan couldn't help smiling at the sight before him. For as long as he could remember, his father had adjourned to his sitting room each night for a whiskey and a book. Of course, now the whiskey was often replaced with weak ale or even water, per the physician's orders. But the visage was still the same. His father, a relaxed smile on his face, settled in his chair, his head bent over a book. "Father?" Beathan said, causing his father to look up from his book.
Beathan.
"Well, isn't this a surprise?"
Sit down, lad.
"I'll fetch ye a dram,"
he said,
slowly extricating himself from his chair and walking toward the cabinet where the whiskey was stored. "Father, dinna trouble yourself. I can pour me own whiskey," Beathan said, feeling guilty for making his father get up.
"Nonsense, lad.
"Sit your ass down and I will be with ye in a moment,"
he barked good-naturedly.
Beathan did as he was told, folding himself into a chair across from his father's. He stretched his legs out toward the fire, relaxing as the heat caressed his legs and feet.
"Here ye are, son."
His father handed him a glass filled with far more than a dram of whiskey, then settled back in his own chair. "Now, I'm more than happy to see ye as often as ye like, lad. But is there any particular reason ye've decided to grace me with your presence tonight of all nights?" his father asked, closing his book and placing it on a small wooden table to his right.
"Aye,
"There is,"
Beathan said, taking a sip of whiskey for strength.
"I have come to ask for your help, ye see." Beathan then spent the next few minutes explaining what had happened the day before in the woods, as well as the fruitless search Graham and his men had executed earlier that day. He watched his father closely for a reaction as he spoke, but the man's face remained placid and apathetic. When Beathan had finished his story, he leaned forward and waited for his father's response. It took the old man a good few minutes, during which his face changed from apathy to something bordering on anger. But eventually, he spoke in a tone Beathan knew he was fighting to keep measured. "How?" his father began. "How could ye keep something like this from me? Your own father. Ye ken I would want to learn if someone made an attempt on me son's life. Me son, the future led to all this," he said, gesturing around the room, "the heir to the Dunn clan legacy, the castle, the land, and all its people. Did ye not think that I might like to ken if someone was trying to kill ye and everything your name stands for?"
"In my defense,"
Beathan started, but his father held up a hand, signaling him to shut his mouth, which Beathan immediately did.
"Ye have no defense, lad,
other than selfless stupidity. I ken why ye kept it from me, ye see," his father said, taking extra care as he placed his glass on the table. "I ken ye dinna want to trouble me with such things. Ye think it'll only exacerbate my ill health."
"Aye,"
Beathan mumbled. "But ye're wrong, boy. There's nothing in this world, no disease or ailment, that could keep me from protecting me own. As long as I'm alive and breathing, I'm laird of this castle and this family. So if my son is in danger, I need to ken about it. Ye understand me, lad?"
"Aye,"
Beathan said again. "Good. Och, it feels like you're a child again and I am reprimanding ye for stealing biscuits from the cook. Ye're a man, Beathan. A man asks for help when he needs it. Dinna forget that." "I'm sorry, father," Beathan said, desperately hoping the chiding was over. He was clenched tight, awaiting further blows, but none came. Instead, his father relaxed back into his seat, sighing heavily and running a hand over his scraggly black beard. "Well," he said, huffing out a laugh. "Now that that's done, let's get to planning. I will have this killer caught in 2 days, mark me words, son. And then I will hang him by his toes in the dungeon for the rest of eternity as penance." Beathan knew his father was joking about the last part, though laird of the land. He had to follow the same rules as everyone else when it came to punishing a villain. The killer would have to go to court, and, if found guilty, a public hanging would be done. It was a humiliating and slow, painful death. And Beathan heartily hoped the man who had tried to kill him and harmed Kirsteen in the bargain experienced it very soon indeed. With this in mind, Beathan and his father spent the next hour planning a manhunt.
using the best warriors the castle had available. Eventually, Logan was called in to be informed of the plan, since he would be the one actually gathering up the warriors and sending them off to their various posts. He stood, as always, stock still, that familiar half-frown half-grimace on his face, and listened to the Laird speak. "I will send a few out now to guard the perimeter of the forest, and at dawn we will send the rest to protect the area," Beathan's father told Logan. "We will have them switch every 3 hours, so everyone gets a rest and stays sharp. I want every man given a length of rope to tie up the scoundrel, and a small drum to beat to let us know when he has been captured." "Very well, sir. Which men would ye like sent out tonight?" Logan asked. Beathan watched his father rattle off a list of some of the warriors he had gone into battle with, who now resided in and around the castle in the village. "Father? Am I not on the night watch as well?" Beathan asked when the man had finished speaking and Logan had left the room to fetch the men. Beathan knew the answer before his father spoke it. It was clear in the way the man winced at the question, looking truly apologetic before he opened his mouth and said, "No, son. Ye nay go in with them, tonight or any other time." "But father," Beathan said, trying to keep the anger out of his voice, "I'm one of the best warriors the castle has. My sparring skills are far better than any of the men you've sent, and I'm stronger, as well. I can do this, and I should. I should be the one to catch this man." "Nay, ye shouldn't," his father barked, surprising Beathan with his ferocity. "Your life's in danger, that's why we are having this hunt in the first place. I'm nae going to send ye out there where a killer could find ye. I dinna care how good a warrior ye are, Beathan. I will nae put your life in any more risk than it already is." Beathan's father's face had begun to turn red with anger, but he took a deep breath now, calming himself before he continued in a far softer and more restrained voice. "Beathan," he said, "ye and I ken that ye are the best warrior for miles. But the killer is fixed on ye, lad. Putting ye in his path is an unwise decision, and after 30 years as Laird of these parts, I pride myself on avoiding unwise decisions." "I understand, father," Beathan said. And he did. He knew his father was right. It wasn't safe for him to be hunting a killer who was after him. It would only make it all the easier for the killer to find him and shoot an arrow that hit its intended target. Still, Beathan knew that despite this logic, he would be angry and frustrated as he watched the warriors prowl the grounds, looking for his attacker tomorrow. When he had quit the sitting room and gone to his chambers, he knew that he would spend his night at the window, wishing he could be out in the forest, listening for the creak of twigs that told of footsteps, the halting breath that said someone was near. The warrior in him wanted to be of use, but the future Laird in him knew that protecting himself was of far more importance. And so, after bidding his father good night, Beathan walked up to his room and steeled himself for another night of restlessness. "Perhaps I ought to read, to take my mind off things," he thought as he walked by a stack of unread books sitting on a table by his hearth. Beathan's fingers were grazing the soft spine of a Jonathan Swift book when another idea came to him. Instead of spending his night with literature, why not spend it with the lass? Chapter 10. Logan loved his position in the castle. The Laird had taken him in when he was little more than a boy, working in the village tavern and living in a squalid room barely big enough for a bed. After realizing how good Logan was at sums, the Laird had invited him to work at the castle as the assistant to his chamberlain, helping to manage all his affairs. From those humble beginnings, Logan had eventually become Seamus Dunn's secretary and the first man he went to with a problem. Logan was not only secretary, but often the chamberlain as well. He did whatever the Laird told him to, and was paid a pretty penny in return. And mostly, Logan was honored to do the Laird's bidding, going above and beyond his duties in order to satisfy his superior and his kin. But on this occasion, he was not so inclined. Beathan Dunn was a kind man and Logan genuinely respected him. He saw much of his father in the young man,
and Logan knew that one day he would make an excellent Laird. However, it seemed that Beathan had not entirely gotten over the insouciance of youth. For he had requested Logan to bring him one of the actors from the troupe, asking that she be brought in the back entrance, and taken directly to meet Chambers. Logan knew that men of Beathan's stations were known to have trysts with women of the lower classes. When he worked at the tavern, he had seen more than a few lairds from the surrounding areas meet barmaids for afternoons of pleasure that were not impacted by their difference in station. However, Beathan was of better stock than that, or so Logan had thought. But here he was, trudging through the muddy hills to the acting troupe's tent to fetch an actress for the future laird's pleasure. Unbelievable, Logan muttered as one of his boots became stuck in a particularly wet patch of mud. If only the Laird knew. Seamus Dunn would not stand for his son behaving so improperly. He would not want his son cavorting with an actress of all women. After all, everyone knew that actresses were as good as prostitutes. And though Logan knew that those women were also favored by men of the upper classes, he knew that the men of the Dunn family did not associate themselves with such drivel. Never once in the 20 years he had worked for the Laird had he been asked on a similar errand. The Lairdship was faithful to his wife and his wife only. And Logan had it on good authority that the lady of the castle was the only one to ever grace his Lairdship's bed. That is how things ought to be done, Logan thought as he ripped his foot out of the mud and trudged on. He had half a mind to tell the Laird of his son's actions. But he knew that doing so would break the trust that Beathan had for him, and this would not do. Logan hoped to be the future Laird's secretary, and to do that he needed to stay in Beathan's good graces. Which, sadly, meant delivering the man his woman for the evening. The tents were lit up with lanterns and a violin was playing a jaunty song as Logan approached the area. He heard singing in some language other than English and turned his nose up. Anything but Scots music made him shiver with derision. Approaching the first tent he saw, Logan called out, "A message from the castle for Miss Roy." A second later, Kirsteen's head popped out of the tent. Her hair half hanging out of a plait and cascading down her back. "Logan, how lovely to see you," she said, and Logan could not tell whether or not she was speaking in jest. "Mr. Beathan Dunn has requested your presence in his chambers promptly," he said, choosing a spot just above the tent to fix his eyes on. He knew if he looked inside the tent he would see lewdness the likes of which he could not even fathom. He knew how these performer types conducted themselves. "Oh!" Kirsteen exclaimed, looking shocked. Could you give me a few minutes to be ready?" she asked. She must have noticed the subtle twitch of anger on Logan's face, for she was quick to add, "I won't take long, I promise." "Very well," Logan replied, turning around and stalking toward the edge of the camp. He looked out toward the forest, his hands clasped behind his back, carefully watching the guards walk slowly past the trees. "I'm ready," Kirsteen called a minute later, and Logan turned to find her hair up in some sort of complicated bun on her head, and a dress of dark emerald green gracing her body. She was pretty, he supposed, if one liked that sort of thing, but hardly worthy of the future Laird. Silently, Logan led Kirsteen back to the castle, sneaking her through the back entrance, past the servants' stairs and up to the third floor where Beathan's chambers lay. He knocked on Beathan's door, a firm 3 knocks, as was his custom. Beathan opened the door immediately, his face breaking into a wide smile as his eyes fell on Kirsteen. "Lass!" he exclaimed, before noticing Logan standing just behind her. "Thank ye, Logan. That'll be all for the evening," he said, pulling Kirsteen into his chambers by the arm and shutting the door behind her. Logan rolled his eyes as he walked off, counting down the days till the acting troupe was gone. He could not wait. Kirsteen had been singing a lullaby to calm herself as she plaited her hair for bed when Logan came to get her. She had been holding off tears for hours, distracting herself with organizing her costumes, picking out her dress for the next day, and arranging her hair. She was so shocked when she heard Logan's voice outside her tent that she almost didn't believe her ears. Maybe it's my mind playing tricks on me, she thought. After all, hadn't she secretly been hoping Logan would come to get her all night and take her back to the castle, to Beathan? Her kiss, or kisses, with Beathan that afternoon had left her breathless and filled with lust for hours to come. But when Logan hadn't instructed her to go to Beathan's chambers right after the performance, as had been their custom before the attack, Kirsteen had convinced herself that Beathan regretted the kiss. Regretted her. And thus, the sadness and the tears, or rather, the prevention of them, had ensued. Kirsteen had spent the next few hours berating herself for being so foolish as to kiss Beathan with wild abandon. With no concern for her morals, her heart. You realize you aren't right together, and now he has realized it, too. She had told herself as she plaited her hair, rapidly blinking her eyes to keep the tears from falling. She hated herself for going against her plan, for not better shielding herself from the heartache she could already feel crippling her chest. She was getting ready to fling herself onto her cot and give in to her emotions when she heard Logan's voice. There he was, glaring at her like she was a slug in his garden, telling her that Beathan wanted her, now, immediately. She was so happy when he told her that she could have kissed him, though she refrained, knowing that Logan would no doubt perish from disgust. And now here she was, pressed against Beathan's door, closing her eyes and biting her lip as the man kissed down her neck, pausing at the soft bit of skin where neck met shoulder. He bit her there, a small little bite that made her nipples tighten deliciously with need. "Day ye like that, lass?" He rasped in her ear, licking her lobe before taking it between his teeth and nibbling it slowly and sensually. "Yes," she croaked, lost in sensation. She knew she ought to ask him why he hadn't called for her earlier. She knew, too, that they needed to discuss exactly what was going on between them. Was it merely a tryst, something that would stop the minute the last performance was over? Was she just a lover to him and nothing more? These were important questions that needed to be answered, and yet Kirsteen couldn't focus on them for more than a moment at a time as Beathan picked her up and carried her to a settee placed in front of the fire. She had not noticed it the few times she had been in this room, but she loved it now. The way the cushion firmly supported her frame as Beathan lowered himself on top of her, his strong, thick thighs straddling her slim ones. "Ye've nae idea how I've missed ye, Kirsteen," Beathan told her as he lowered his head down to meet hers, pressing a soft kiss to her mouth. "Every minute without ye is pure torture," he said, punctuating each word with a kiss to her cheeks, nose, forehead, eyelids, and chin. Kirsteen hesitated. Should I tell him now? She wondered. This was the perfect entry into a conversation that would either confirm or demolish all her fears. They had to have it at some point. Perhaps now was better, when they were both relaxed and feeling honest and open. "I do know," she finally said, struggling to get the words out in between kisses from Beathan, who seemed intent on kissing the words right out of her. "I know, because I've missed you as well." "I thought." She hesitated, unsure how to word the next sentence. Beathan sensed her hesitation, sitting up and bracing himself on his arm so he could look her in the eye. He said, "What is it?" "Tell me, lass." "I thought you were avoiding me," she blurted out, far less eloquently than she had originally intended. "When you did not send for me after the performance, I thought you had changed your mind. That you thought our kiss a mistake. That any friendship or connection between us was a mistake." "Nay, lass," Beathan said, vehemently shaking his head. "There is no mistake here," he said, indicating the space between the two of them with his index finger. "I didn't send for you because I was with me faither, making a plan to find whoever shot at me and nearly got ye instead." Kirsteen winced at the memory, her hand immediately going to the scratch on her neck. Beathan caught her hand just before it touched her skin, bringing it to his mouth and placing a kiss on her palm.
And this is nae a mistake, what we have between us, Kirsteen. It is far from it. Nothing that makes a person feel so good can be a mistake, lass. And by God, day you make me feel good. With your words, your lips, your hands. Everything. He said reverently, turning her hand over and kissing each of her knuckles. Kirsteen had never known that kisses to a hand could be so pleasurable. Though perhaps what she was taking pleasure from were Beathan's words. For they confirmed to her that she made him feel just as good as he did her. The words confirmed that whatever was going on between them, it was not felt only by her. Sighing with relief, Kirsteen decided to be bold, and hooked her hand around Beathan's neck. "Well, now that that's settled," she said, letting a saucy grin overtake her face, "I would rather like to keep kissing you now." She drew him toward her, delighting in the open smile he gave her as he let her bring him down for one kiss that became 1,000 as they settled into the settee, exploring the contours of each other's bodies through their clothes. Kirsteen knew what went on between a man and woman in bed. Madame Blanche had given her a rather honest talk when she was 13, explaining exactly what went on in the bedroom. If done right, with a good and patient man, it can be wonderful, ma fille. Blanche had told her. There are cruel men out there, Kirsteen, and you must do all you can to avoid them. Do not let them have power over you and take what is yours. Save it for someone who deserves it, were Blanche's words. Blanche had gone on to detail some of what went on in the bedroom. Enough so that when the time came, Kirsteen would not be totally uninitiated. But not so much that she overloaded Kirsteen's young and innocent mind. However, Kirsteen realized now that Blanche had not done justice to quite how good it could feel to be touched and kissed by a man. She had told Kirsteen she would feel tingles and a pleasant sensation. But what Kirsteen felt now went far beyond that. She felt like her body was made of 1,000 tiny candles, all lit up at once and quivering with every kiss and caress Beathan bestowed on her. She could feel the flames most at her core, at the sensitive place she only explored when she was totally alone and in desperate need of release. Kirsteen found, to her shock, that she rather wanted Beathan to touch her there as well. She thought of what it would feel like to have his fingers manipulating her in ways only she had done before. She imagined the relief she would feel when he found the spot where she most needed to be touched, fingering her there until that sweet release finally came. A release that would be all the sweeter for who gave it to her. She knew these thoughts were scandalous, and went against everything she believed in and wanted for herself. She was meant to save such activities for her one true love, for the man she was going to marry. And while Beathan might have confessed his affections for her, he had made no overtures about making her his wife. And he wouldn't, Kirsteen knew it. Though the passion between them might be strong and true, that did not change their stations, or the fact that Beathan needed a wife who could be a lady. Something Kirsteen knew herself incapable of. Dancers did not become ladies in anything except performances, she reminded herself. Still, as she felt Beathan's lips on hers, his fingers tracing the full, round shape of her bottom, Kirsteen couldn't help thinking that maybe she shouldn't wait. More importantly, maybe she couldn't. For the desire she felt as Beathan's lips moved down her neck and toward her cleavage, would not be quenched with mere kisses and caresses alone. She needed all of him, and she wanted to give herself to him in return. It was a dangerous thought, this, but Kirsteen's mind returned to it again and again that night as she and Beathan familiarized themselves with each other's bodies. She left his chambers later that night knowing that her heart was in danger, but still, she could not resist him. She was powerless in the wake of his kisses. If those were what spelled her end, then a sweet end it would be.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 11. Beathan woke up on the 5th day of his homecoming celebration feeling better than he had in years.
He felt alive with energy, so much so that he sprang out of bed and was dressed before his valet had even come in with his breakfast. "I've no need for food today, Barkley," he told his valet as the man placed a breakfast tray down on the unmade bed.
"But sir," Barkley said with shock.
"Your oats. Ye cannae start a day without them. A man in me position doesn't need oats, Barkley," Beathan said with a laugh, clapping the man on the shoulder as he passed him and left the room, no doubt leaving a gaping Barkley behind. To refuse oats was, after all, practically a sin in Scotland. The position of which Beathan was speaking was, of course, that of a man in love, or at least very much on his way to being so. For these past few days with Kirsteen had shown him just how truly fascinating the lass was. The way she moved, walked, talked. Everything about her enthralled him. Beathan was amazed by how quickly his feelings for the lass had grown in such a short time period. They had spent but a few days and nights together thus far. Yet time seemed of no consequence when a man had found his mate. He planned to tell her as much tonight. He had mapped out the exact scenario the night before, after she had left his bedroom. After all, he had to do something to distract himself from the throbbing ache beneath his kilt. He had not had the lass yet, not bedded her properly, and his body was suffering. Beathan was glad to wait. However, he knew Kirsteen was a virgin, and prized her virtue above all else. He would not take it from her, not until she was ready and willing to give it. If that meant days, weeks, even months of waiting, so be it. He wanted her first time with a man, with him, to be like that of a fairy tale. He wanted her to feel special and cherished and everything that made her feel good and coveted. If he needed to bide his time for that to happen, he was more than up to the challenge. Beathan had never cared so much for someone before, at least not romantically. All he wanted was for Kirsteen to be happy, and he was beginning to think that he had the power to make her so. She laughed at his jokes, preened at his kisses and caresses. And the smile she had first shown him days ago had only left her face for an evening. The evening after the attack. It was the attack that now had him striding down the hall toward his father's study. The manhunt had only been going for a day, but Beathan's father had given him no word of its progress. And he was impatient for news. Beathan knew the lack of information was partly done on purpose. His father had told him not to worry your head about this, and instead enjoy your homecoming. Thanks to Kirsteen, Beathan was enjoying being home very much indeed. But that did not change the fact that he was also still worried that at any moment, he might be shot at and killed. He'd heeded his father's warnings to stay inside. But he'd have to leave the castle in the evening to lead Kirsteen to the waterfall. It was the most romantic place in the whole area, in all the land on the Dunn estate. And Beathan could think of no better place to tell the lass of his true feelings for her. To tell her I love her, he reminded himself. He'd never said those reverent words to anyone but his mother. And he was nervous for the lass's reaction. He hoped she would echo his words back to him. He wasn't quite sure what he'd do if she did not. Hopefully that's not how the night will go, he thought as he continued down the hall. God willing, she'll have fallen just as hard for me as I have for her. After a few more turns down various corridors and one more ascension of stairs, Beathan finally reached his father's study and knocked quickly on the door. The smile that, like Kirsteen's, had been omnipresent on his face these last few days dropped slightly when Logan answered the door. The man might have worked for his father for all of his life, but that did not make his presence any easier to bear. It was impossible to feel at ease with Logan around. "Sir," Logan said, bowing his head slightly as he held the door open for Beathan to walk through. "Good morning to ye, Logan," Beathan answered back, eyeing the man wearily as he stepped into the study. His father was sitting behind his desk, his glasses perched on his long, thin nose, his eyes totally absorbed in the papers in front of him. Beathan turned around to find Logan shutting the door behind him, giving them the privacy that Beathan had been about to request. Say what you like about Logan, he thought, but the man does know how to read a room. Father? Beathan said, clearing his throat to get his father's attention. 1 minute. Nearly done with these calculations, his father said, muttering what sounded like numbers under his breath. 4, plus 17, plus 20, minus 2. Beathan heard as he took the seat across from his father's in the heavily cushioned leather chair that sat across the heavy wooden desk. Aha! His father suddenly shouted, hurriedly scribbling something on one of the pages with his quill. He looked at the sum, nodded to himself, then put down the quill and removed his glasses. Sorry about that, lad. Had to make sure the sums were right for this month's rent profits, he said as he focused on Beathan. Nay a problem, Father, Beathan said. But I was wondering if I could speak to ye a moment about the manhunt. I've had no word on the outcome thus far, and ye can well imagine I'm anxious for news. The affable grin on his father's face drooped as he said, Well, lad, to tell ye the truth, there's been no news. The men can't find anything. They've asked all around to see if anyone saw someone lurking about the woods that day, but nae one saw nothing. All we have is the hole in that tree, but I can tell ye it's not much help. Beathan sighed in frustration and ran a hand through his hair. As though reading his thoughts, his father said, I ken you're annoyed, Beathan. I am as well. I'd hoped we'd have found something by now. After all, it's not as though we didn't have guards out that day. Ye can see clear to the forest from the castle entrance where they're stationed round the clock. Surely they would have noticed some strange character riding into the woods after ye. Aye, that's what I thought as well. Beathan agreed. It's a mystery, son, but it's one I'm committed to solving. Your life's the most important thing to me, which is why I dinna want ye going outside until this is all done with. I hope by tomorrow, we'll have found the man. But until then, ye are not to leave the castle's interior. Do ye understand me? Beathan hesitated. He knew his father had a point. If the attacker was still on the loose, there was every chance that he could get shot at the moment he left the castle. Add to that the fact that he was planning to walk out at night, when it was far easier for someone to sneak up on him without him realizing it. He might have a warrior's sense, but most of his battles had been fought in the day, not at night. He did not trust his abilities in the dark of night, particularly when he had the distracting presence of Kirsteen along with him. But despite these dangers, Beathan couldn't abandon his plan for the lass. He wanted it to be a special night, and that called for a change of scenery. Romance like what he was planning could not be found within the castle walls. For what he had planned, he needed the ambience that only a walk in the moonlight could provide. Besides, the waterfall he was planning to take the lass to was off the more well-trod paths that led from the castle to the forest. An attacker was far less likely to know of those paths, which were used only by those who knew of them, which numbered few. Beathan, Graham and Andrew were the only ones who used them with any sort of frequency, and even then, it was only for bathing in the waterfall in the summer after a long day's ride or, when they were younger, taking picnics out there on spring days when the flowers had just started to bloom. We'll be fine, Beathan told himself as he made false promises to his father. Naught harm will come to me or the lass. Still, despite his confidence in those words, he could not help a shiver of anxiety crawling up his spine as he left his father's study. Chapter 12. Kirsteen was anxiously drumming her fingers on her thigh, waiting for Blanche and Fred to go to bed. They had all been sitting around a fire one of the other players had made earlier in the evening, and Fred was currently belting out a song often heard in the French public houses they frequented when they were playing for nobility on the continent. Normally, Kirsteen would have joined in, singing a few verses of the bawdy tune before breaking down into giggles over the silly lyrics. It was one of the more ridiculous songs Fred had in his repertoire, and it never failed to amuse her. Except tonight. Tonight, Kirsteen was not amused. She was nervous. She had agreed to meet Beathan at the entrance to the forest at midnight. And the small pocket watch Blanche had given her for her 18th birthday told her it was nearing that time. When will they stop singing? She wondered with a mixture of annoyance and worry as she looked at the small crowd of people sitting in a circle in front of her. Kirsteen had naively assumed that since they had a rather long day of rehearsals ahead for the tragedy they were performing the next day, the troupe would go to bed early. Such was not the case, however, as evidenced by the lively look on everyone's faces. Kirsteen was becoming worried that she wouldn't be able to sneak away unnoticed to meet Beathan. Though Blanche knew about her meetings with Beathan in his room and had not commented negatively on them, Kirsteen knew her mother. She would not approve of Kirsteen meeting the man outside the castle. Ever since that attack in the woods, Blanche and Fred had been extra vigilant about her whereabouts. They never let her walk anywhere alone, and she now had a guard, requested by Fred, who walked her to Beathan's room and back to the camp each night. It was annoying, to be sure, but Kirsteen consoled herself that at least Beathan was experiencing similar treatment from his own parental figures. The evening before, he had told Kirsteen that he hadn't been out riding in days. "Me faither thinks I will catch my death, quite literally. Should I leave the castle itself?" He had confided in her. "I keep to his rules because it makes him happy, but I dinna mind tellin' ye I'm goin' half mad being kept inside like this. A man needs fresh air now and again, ye ken." Kirsteen thought this was perhaps part of the reason why they were meeting in the woods, rather than in his chambers, as they usually did. And while she knew that they were both taking quite a large risk, going into the woods at night, alone and unguarded, she couldn't help feeling rather excited. Beathan had promised her that a surprise awaited them, and Kirsteen had spent all day wondering what it might be. Was it a swim in the loch? The water would be close to freezing, to be sure. But Kirsteen imagined that with Beathan's warm body wrapped around her, she wouldn't feel the cold at all. If not a swim in the lake, then perhaps they would go stargazing, laying out on the cool, dewy grass and watching the stars sparkling in the night sky. Of course, once again, Kirsteen's thoughts went immediately to wrapping herself around Beathan for warmth. And for pleasure, if she was honest with herself. Because though she had spent most of her life guarding her virtue like it was her most precious possession, around Beathan, Kirsteen had begun to find herself wanting to divest of it. To give her virtue up, in return for a union of bodies and minds she knew would bring her far more pleasure than her virginity ever had. She wanted Beathan, so much that sometimes she could feel the need settling between her thighs, making her yearn for him so keenly that it was hard to remember why she had ever avoided lovemaking in the first place. But of course, she knew why. In 2 days they would be leaving, and she would never see Beathan again. They had made each other no promises or statements of affection, had voiced no desires to continue things beyond the fortnight's end. It was foolish to give him something of herself when their relationship would soon end. It would lead only to the heartbreak she had so assiduously avoided thus far. Yet despite this, despite the week drawing to a close, and her departure near, and the certain knowledge that if she gave herself to Beathan fully, she would only head toward heartbreak, Kirsteen did not care. Lust and longing had consumed her, rendering her insouciant and uncaring of the consequences of her actions. Loving Beathan, even for a night, would be well worth a lifetime of heartbreak. She had decided. She was never going to be able to show him that love, however, if the players did not stop singing. Checking her watch again, Kirsteen saw that 5 more minutes had passed. It was only 20 minutes to midnight, and she still needed to change into a different frock and fix the plait that was fast uncoiling from the ribbon she had secured it in. All this took time which she was rapidly running out of. How do I get them to stop? She wondered. One of the perils of the entertainment profession was that it tended to bleed into the rest of the players' lives. Nights were spent singing and dancing, days spent acting. And it was sometimes hard to remember that life itself was not a performance. Kirsteen was getting ready to douse the fire and the troupe with water like some harridan and order them all to bed, when Praise be to God. Blanche suddenly yawned, stretching her arms over her head and closing her eyes, letting her face slacken into a drowsy expression as she slumped into Fred at her side. Fred, my love, let us stop the singing and retire to bed. I need my beauty sleep, and you must rest your voice, she said, laying a hand on Fred's cheek and stopping him mid-tune. Fred had been in the middle of belting out the chorus of a song, his hand on his chest, the other raised in the air, as though beckoning some imaginary audience to pay attention to him. But one word from Blanche, and he stopped, dropping his hands and wiping his face of the expression he always took whenever he burst into song. It was an expression of euphoric joy, and any other night, Kirsteen would be happy to see it. But tonight, she was more concerned with her own joy than Fred's. Very well, my love. Let's go to bed, ladies and gentlemen, he said to the rest of the group, taking Blanche's hand and helping her up from the log on which she had been sitting. Kirsteen heaved a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, the whole of the troop was tucked up in their beds, in their respective tents. Kirsteen had stuffed her cot with pillows that, when glanced at, did a passable job of representing her shape. Blanche hardly ever looked in on Kirsteen's tent. She was a deep sleeper and rarely got up in the middle of the night. But if she happened to peek into Kirsteen's tent, then she could return to her own, safe in the knowledge that her fee was curled into bed and fast asleep, safe and sound. Kirsteen dressed quickly, nearly ripping her stockings in her hurry to change frocks. Her plait was no doubt a mess, but she hoped, an attractive one, for she did not have time to fix it. It was nearly midnight when she snuck out of her tent, gathering her skirts in one hand and lifting a lantern with the other. Kirsteen crept toward the woods, stepping slowly and carefully in case there were unseen obstructions in her path. She saw Beathan before he saw her. His back was turned, his arms laced behind him as he gazed up at the moon. At his side on the ground was a basket, which Kirsteen found curious. What could be inside? She wondered, hoping there was a blanket or two in there. It was rather cold without her cloak, but she'd wanted to leave it off, to put her best dress to advantage. It was a deep aubergine velvet frock that she had picked up at a street market in Rome. The color brought out the pink tones of her skin, and she always felt regal wearing it, like a queen from years past. Beathan? She whispered, his name soft on her tongue. He whipped around, his face breaking into a smile the moment he saw her. Kirsteen? He breathed her name sounding like a benediction. He looked at her like he hadn't seen her in years, rather than hours, scanning her face as though trying to memorize every feature. With his long legs, it took him but a few strides to get to her. And then she was being raised up in his arms until she had to balance herself on his shoulders, her face perched just above his, angled perfectly so that when she bent down, her lips met with his. They grew lost in the feel of each other's kisses for a few moments, and moans and groans of pleasure and the pain of desire were exchanged, until finally Beathan pulled away, setting her back down on the ground but keeping his hands tight on her hips. I've something to show ye, lass, and I think ye'll like it. Beathan stayed alert as he led Kirsteen by the hand into the woods. The path to the waterfall followed the outer banks of the river, and the trees surrounding the path were bare enough that moonlight guided their way, allowing them to blow out their lanterns. Beathan was glad of it, for he knew that any excess light would only draw attention to them. He did not feel the nagging sensation that they were not alone, but he could not be too careful, especially when he was with the lass. He didn't want her hurt again. He cared more for her safety than for his. What is that sound? Kirsteen asked a few minutes later when they were nearing the waterfall. The sound of falling water was faint, but growing stronger with every few feet they walked. Ye'll see soon enough, me bonny, he told her, smiling to himself. He could not wait to see the reaction on her face when he showed her the spot. And Beathan was not disappointed when they reached the waterfall finally, for Kirsteen gave a gasp of surprise. covering her mouth with her hands as she gazed at the natural beauty before her. The water cascaded down from a height, flowing over large rocks before flowing into a pool that was bordered on all sides by trees with leaves of pure golden yellow. With the moonlight shining down on it, the water almost seemed to glitter as it fell, looking like a liquid diamond surrounded by golden accents. It was truly breathtaking. Beathan led Kirsteen to a flat rock near the edge of the pool, on which he spread out the blanket he had packed earlier that night in the basket. He also lit the single candle he had brought, and poured them 2 glasses of claret from a bottle he had taken from his own collection earlier that evening. It was an older vintage, said to be better for its age, and Beathan had been saving it for a special occasion. This certainly seemed worthy of the drink. When they had seated themselves and taken sips of their drinks, Beathan finally asked the question he was dying to know the answer to. "What day you think, lass?"
"Oh, Beathan,"
Kirsteen said, shaking her head and smiling as she looked around them. "It's beautiful. Perfect. It's the most wonderful place I've ever seen. I feel like I'm in a fairy tale. Like this can't possibly be real."
"Well, for both our sakes, I hope it is not a Scottish fairy tale, lass,"
Beathan said with a laugh.
"And why is that?"
Kirsteen asked, taking another sip of her claret.
"All of them end in death or tragedy,"
Beathan said, laughing again. He felt positively giddy now, so happy he could dance a jig if it wouldn't thoroughly embarrass both him and the lass. "Really? Tell me some, then. Scare me with your Scottish stories," Kirsteen said, posing the request like a challenge. But Beathan did not want to scare the lass. It would not serve his purposes to frighten her. Not with the declaration he had planned to make later. And so he told the least scary of the tales he knew. One his mother had told him when he was a young boy. It hadn't much scared him as a wee bairn, and so he doubted it would scare a strong lass like Kirsteen. "Well, there's one about a man who was fishing out on an island in Orkney. He was not a good fisherman, ye ken, and never headed out as early as the rest of his kind. He was far too busy drinking and gambling away all his earnings. One day about noon, he finally got his boat into the water, but just as he was about to start rowing out to sea, he caught sight of a beautiful lass sunning herself on the beach. The man couldn't believe his eyes. But as he drew nearer to her, he realized what she was." "And what was she?" Kirsteen asked. "She was a selkie. A mythical creature who can change between woman and seal at will. The man was so taken with the woman that he knew he had to make her his wife. He had longed for a lass to take care of him, to do what he was too lazy, too selfish to do for himself. The cooking, the cleaning, the chores that make a life. But selkies are partial to the sea, ye ken. They dinna like to be separated from it for long. So this man did something truly awful. He stole the selkie's skin, forcing her to come find it. And then he trapped her?" Kirsteen asked.
Beathan nodded solemnly.
"How horrid!"
she exclaimed. "Aye, indeed.
The man dragged her to the church the next day and they were married. Since ye ken that banns need not be called in Scotland.
The lass had no say in the union, of course, but that was no matter to the vicar.
He was one of the men in the fisherman's gambling circle, and was more than happy to marry them in exchange for a bit of coin."
Beathan shook his head,
still filled with disgust for this mythical man. Even after all these years. As a child, he remembered asking his mother if men like that are only in stories, or do they exist in life, as well? His mother had nodded sadly and said that yes. Bad men existed everywhere, in literature as well as life. It was the first time Beathan realized that people truly could be evil. Continuing with the story, he told Kirsteen. The selkie spent the next 15 years toiling away as a fisherman's wife, bearing his children, cooking his meals, doing the cleaning. The man continued to gamble away his earnings, often leaving naught for her to buy food and the like with. And yet the selkie in time. Despite this misery, grew to accept her life, even love her children, her husband, for all his shortcomings. She forgot all about the sea. Until the day she was clean in the little cottage, and found the place where her husband had hidden her skin. Beathan looked up to find Kirsteen leaning her head on her hand, totally engrossed in his story. The day she found her skin was the last day she spent on land. She slipped back into her skin, turning herself back into a seal, and disappeared into the sea. The man and their children never saw her again. She couldn't forgive him for lying to her, Ken. All the love between them was lost, and with that, all love for their children, as well. Because the sea was always her first love, and he had taken that away from her. Kirsteen whispered. Exactly. Beathan nodded. The fisherman was unable to see the power of her love for the sea. The power of the lass herself. I'm sure it was a mistake he never forgave himself for the rest of his days. Legend has it he spent the rest of his life prowling all over the beach, hoping to catch sight of her again. But he never did. Yes, well, he's not the first man to underestimate the heart or the woman who holds it. And he won't be the last. Kirsteen said contemplatively, leaning back on her hands and tilting her head up toward the stars. I didn't count myself among those men, lass. Beathan said, suddenly serious. Tell her now, he goaded himself. Oh, Kirsteen said, her eyes still on the sky. I know the strength of ye, lass. And the strength of your heart as well. It's why I want it for me own. It's why I want to give ye mine in return. At this, Kirsteen sat up, suddenly alert. What do you mean? What are you saying, Beathan? She asked. I'm saying I love ye, lass. Kirsteen's eyes widened in shock, and her mouth hung open, speechless. Beathan was not sure if this was a good sign or bad, so he waited, giving her time to accept his words and think up a response. You. She sputtered. You love me? I do. Beathan nodded. But you hardly know me. We've only known each other for a few days. This is preposterous. It's madness. It's right, lass, it is what it is. It doesn't matter how long we've ken each other. I ken my own heart, lass. I ken how I feel about ye, and a few days less or more will nae change that. I love ye. Do ye love me? He asked, and he had never felt so nervous in his whole life as he felt asking that question. His stomach did flips inside him, and he could feel his skin prickling with anxiety. Kirsteen's mouth began to form a word, and Beathan hoped and prayed with everything he had that word would be yes. Please, Lord. Let it be yes. He pleaded. Yes. She whispered, and he was on her a second later. The claret was knocked over, the liquid spilling out onto the rock as Beathan flattened the lass on her back and began showering her with kisses. But he did not care. Spills were of no consequence to him right now, not when the woman he loved had just told him she loved him in return. He kissed her all over her face and neck, until Kirsteen took his head and held it still, so that she could return the kisses on his lips. Her kiss quickly deepened, her tongue sliding into his mouth and making his body sing with desire. Gently, and so subtly that at first he did not notice, she began to spread her legs, until Beathan could feel her heat rubbing against his. Lass. He rasped, unable to say anything else, but hoping that one word was enough to convey how truly pleasurable this situation was for him. Beathan. She replied, her voice tickling the soft hairs on his ear. Take it. Take what, lass? He asked, his mind having gone blank as she began to kiss his jaw. Her perfect little mouth making him feel those kisses on every inch of his body. Take my virtue, Beathan. Take it. It is yours. I am yours. Beathan sat up, staring down at Kirsteen with shock. Are ye sure, Kirsteen? he asked, because he needed to know that she was certain. Once she gave him this, it could not be taken back. He needed to know that her words were true. Yes, I am sure. I've waited my whole life to find a man who deserved this gift, and I found him in you. You're the man I want to teach me how to love. How to make love. Please, Beathan. Love me. Make love to me. What could he do then but lean back down and kiss the lass, showing her with nips and bites to her lips and neck how truly grateful he was for such an offering. Breaking away again, he whispered. Thank ye, Kirsteen. Thank ye for trusting me. I promise not to disappoint. Oh, I know you won't, she said, and while he knew she meant the words to be saucy, he could see a speck of anxiety in her eyes. It was her first time, after all. Day ye ken what goes on between a man and his lass when they... He stuttered, suddenly unable to voice the phrase make love. They were such intimate, important words, and he almost did not feel worthy enough to make use of them. But the lass clearly did, for she said, make love? With a grin on her face that told him she found his hesitance pleasing. Thank God for that, he thought. Yes. I do know what goes on between a man and woman when they make love. She continued, emphasizing the last words and earning a smile from him. I know it can hurt, and I am prepared for that. All I ask is that you make me feel good. And show me how to do the same for you. Beathan smiled, amazed at the amazing woman before him. She was so fearless, so strong. He was lucky to love her. I think I can manage that, me Bonnie. They kissed again, then, but Beathan quickly moved his lips down Kirsteen's face to her neck and down further until he was touching the sweet, soft skin of her bosom. The frock Kirsteen was wearing exposed a very hearty portion of her bosom to the open air, and Beathan took full advantage of this. He lavished the exposed skin with attention, running his nose along its softness, kissing it with the reverence it was due. Eventually, her skin wasn't enough. He needed more, needed to touch more, kiss more, feel more of her. And so Beathan grasped the lace lining the bodice, tugging it and the rest of the fabric down as far as it would go. It was hard work, as the lass's ample bosom meant the fabric was stretched tight across her chest. But Beathan was nothing if not a diligent man, and with effort and more than a few huffs of frustrated breath, he had the fabric pulled down to expose one beautiful nipple to the night air. He'd been dreaming about Kirsteen's nipples for days, wondering what color they might take. Dusky rose? Ruby red? A brown to match the freckles on her face? Looking down at the little nub now, Beathan smiled to himself. Ruby red, just like her lips. He gazed at the pebbled nub for a few seconds before he exhaled a short, hot breath on it that had Kirsteen arching her back and crying out. He did it again, and one more time before he finally leaned down and captured the nub in his mouth. Her skin was sweet, just like the lass herself. She tasted of honeysuckle and pine, and Beathan could not get enough. While he devoured her nipple with his mouth, licking and suckling it just until pleasure bordered on pain, he used his other hand to lift the lass's skirts up her thigh. Her skin was smooth beneath his hand as he raised the skirts to her hips, letting his fingers trail over the soft, down-like hairs of her upper thigh until he reached what he was looking for. Her crevice, wet and tight and pulsing for him. Beathan rubbed his fingers through the coarse curls bordering this special place, and smiled to himself when Kirsteen gave a gasp of surprise. "Oh, Beathan," she said, one arm falling behind her, the other reached down to his head. She brushed his hair with her fingers, scratching her nails along his scalp in a delicious fashion that had him instantly hardening even more than before. As Beathan continued petting her nether curls, he trailed his mouth down the slope of one breast and bit the fabric of her bodice with his teeth, trailing it down to expose the other sweet globe to him. He repeated his attentions on this breast, moving the hand between Kirsteen's thighs lower, until his thumb found the sensitive button that was the true seat of her pleasure. "Beathan, that's..." she started, but her words were lost as soon as he began moving his thumb up and down, using her moisture to ease his movements. They were silent, him with reverence, and her with pleasure, as he brought her close to her limit. He listened closely to the changes in her breath, the feel of her hot skin under him. When her breaths quickened and she began to clench, to tighten, that's when he stopped, removing his mouth and hand from her body and sitting up. "No!" she cried out, smashing her fists on the rock before leaning up onto her elbows and glaring at him. "Why did you stop?" she asked, clearly frustrated. "Because I didn't want ye to come without me inside ye, lass," Beathan said as he undid his sporran and lifted his kilt. "When ye come, lass, I want to feel ye pulsin' against me. I want to feel ye as ye come apart in me arms. Is that all right with ye?" The look of dissatisfaction vanished from Kirsteen's face, replaced by a look of sheer desire. "Oh, yes," she said, and Beathan could have cried out with joy at the way she wantonly spread her legs for him. He situated himself in the gap between her thighs, placing soft kisses on her neck as he worked his way towards her ear. "Tell me if it hurts, lass. I dinna want ye in pain. I only want ye feeling pleasure tonight." Kirsteen nodded, and with that, he slowly slid in, inch by sacred inch, until he was fully inside his love. And oh, what a delicious sensation it was. Chapter 13. Kirsteen knew that it would hurt, but she found that though there was an initial bite of pain, as Beathan settled into her, the pain lessened, until all she could feel was the pleasant sensation of being filled entirely by the man before her. She had caught a glimpse of his member in the moonlight just before he had leaned into her, and Kirsteen had been shocked at its size and girth. How will it ever fit? She wondered. But she needn't have to worry. Whatever magic and mystery allowed their two bodies to meet did its work. And as Beathan began to slowly rock back and forth inside her, Kirsteen found that not only was the feeling of Beathan's member pleasant, but pleasurable. And that pleasure grew more and more with every thrust of his hips, until Kirsteen found herself whispering, "Faster, please, Beathan." Her voice coming out high-pitched and pleading. She did not care. She knew what she needed, and she knew how to ask for it. Kirsteen was surprised by how quickly her anxieties had fled away once she was in Beathan's arms, but then, she supposed that was what happened when one was in love. Love. She had thought the word would sound so strange on her lips when she uttered it to Beathan. But it had been the very opposite. No phrase had ever sounded so at home, so correct coming from her mouth. Whether their love was for the night or for eternity, she did not know. All she knew was that she loved the man, and now, he was making love to her. Or, rather, they were making love to each other. Because while Beathan was thrusting into her, Kirsteen was kissing every inch of his skin she could reach, nipping at the corded muscles of his shoulders, his sculpted chest. When she brushed her teeth over his nipples, Beathan let out a rough curse, twitching inside her. Kirsteen took this as a good sign, and did it again, before switching to his other nipple. Then, when she had had her fun with them, she traced her hands down his belly and around to his back, feeling the muscles there, too. Everywhere he touched was strong and tight, and Kirsteen wondered whether he ever truly relaxed, ever truly released all the tension inside him. The thought was lost a moment later as Beathan quickened his pace, reaching one hand down between her legs and playing with the sensitive part of her as he had run his thumb along earlier. Kirsteen arched her back, crying out as she felt heat spread through her, from her toes all the way to the roots of her hair. As she let herself fall down into the whirlpool of sensation, Beathan's thrusts became increasingly erratic, until he too broke apart with a sharp cry that had him releasing into her. All the tightness she had felt a moment ago released with him as he collapsed onto her, burying his face in the messy plait resting on her shoulder, strands of hair sticking out in all directions. They laid like that on top of each other, listening to the sound of the waterfall just behind them.
Beathan shifted them eventually, gently moving Kirsteen onto her side so he could hold her from behind. She felt safe in his arms as they curled around her, bringing her roughly against the part of him that was still stiff enough that she could feel it against her dress. "I love ye, lass," he whispered in her ear, and Kirsteen beamed at the words. She had uttered them in plays, sang them in songs, read about them in books. But never were they so sweet as now, coming from Beathan's lips. Kirsteen snuggled deeper into the pillow Beathan had created with his arm under her head, enjoying the utopia of this moment. Alone, with the man she loved, in a beautiful place. She forgot all about the attack, about the fact that she was leaving in a few days. Instead, she focused on the moment. But while Kirsteen was breathing slow and deep, likely half asleep on Beathan's arm, the man connected to that arm was experiencing a veritable flood of thoughts suddenly entering his mind. The bliss created by what he and Kirsteen had shared had worn off, and now he was beginning to worry. He loved Kirsteen with all his heart, and he did not want to lose her. However, he knew that she was looking for her true love. He wanted to hope that he might be that, since she had shared herself so freely with him this evening. He knew she had been saving her virtue for her future husband. Did this mean she hoped it would be him? Should I ask her to marry me now? He wondered. There was no more romantic spot to pledge his troth to the lass, but perhaps it was too soon. After all, he ought to ask Fred and Blanche's permission, and speak to the lass about it. She might not even want to marry him. She might still want to leave even after all this. Maybe she does not even love me. Maybe all she wanted was the love-making, he worried. What they shared had seemed so real only moments ago, but now, Beathan was starting to doubt himself. Until the lass turned around in his arms, pressing her nose against his and whispering, "Thank you, Beathan, for the best night of my love. I could not imagine a more perfect way to show you how much I love you." With that, all worries fell away, and Beathan was once again ensnared in the lass's web, unable to think of anything but her. They made love one more time under the stars, slower this time, less hurried, but no less pleasurable. If anything, Kirsteen grew in confidence this time, touching and kissing him more than she had before. Beathan loved it, loved the feel of her hands on his body. "I'll never tire of this," he knew. "For the rest of my life, all I want is Kirsteen." The bliss from his second climax allowed him to evade contemplating the implications of such a thought. And after a short respite, he and the lass packed up the basket and began to wend their way back toward the castle grounds. They were walking hand in hand, whispering to each other about how Kirsteen would sneak back into her tent, when Beathan heard it. The crack of a twig, like someone had stepped on it. He held an arm out to the lass, stopping her from taking another step. He heard another crack, and tackled her to the ground just in time for an arrow to sail past his ear and land somewhere in the distance. The sound of it dropping onto the leaves suddenly so loud Beathan could hardly hear anything else. What was that? What just happened? Was it another arrow? Kirsteen asked, her words all running together as she looked worriedly about them. She had half sat up, but Beathan pushed her back down and quickly put on his kilt and boots. "Stay here, lass," he said, running toward where he heard the arrow fall. It took him a few minutes of squinting in the leaves to see the fletching sticking out of a small tree stump. Beathan grabbed the arrow in one hand and ran back to the lass. He was just coming to a stop in front of her when he heard it. "Hoofbeats. Stay where ye are," he whispered to Kirsteen as he started running toward where he heard the horse thundering away. "But Beathan, please, don't leave me alone," Kirsteen yelled in a hoarse whisper. Beathan could hear the fear in her voice, but he could not go back for her. Whatever was harming them was on that horse, not in the forest. Of that, he was sure. He called as much out to the lass, though how much of it she actually heard, he was not sure. Beathan sprinted after the horse, following it up the hill toward the castle. The moon was now partially shrouded by clouds, making it hard to navigate the dips in the earth.
More than once, he stumbled, but righted himself almost immediately before continuing on. He was closing in on the paddocks where the livestock were kept when the rider took a sudden turn, disappearing behind the barn. Beathan followed, but by the time he had reached the back of the building, he could neither see nor hear the attacker anymore. "Shite," he muttered, stopping to catch his breath. He was doubled over, his hands resting on his knees, when he noticed the arrow still in his hand. In his haste to catch the attacker, he had nearly forgotten about it. But there it was, still gripped tightly in his left palm. It gave him an idea, one that he hoped would be far more effective in catching the attempted killer. But first, he needed to go back to Kirsteen and bring her back to the troop, to safety. Chapter 14. Kirsteen hugged her knees close to her chest and rested her back against a tree, doing her best to slow down her breathing. When Beathan had tackled her to the ground, she had felt as though her heart stopped for a moment with fear. "Not again," had been the first words to run through her head. She had just had the single best evening of her life, and she didn't want it ruined by another arrow attack. But an arrow attack it had been, and this time, the attacker had been near enough that Beathan thought he could catch him. Kirsteen would have been lying to herself if she said that she was happy for him to go. In truth, she was terrified of being left alone in the forest. It was dark, well past midnight by now, and she couldn't help but feel that every whisper of wind rustling through the trees, every hoot of an owl, spelled her doom. Worrying that the man Beathan was attacking was someone else entirely, and whoever had shot that arrow was still hiding between the trees, biding his time, made her feel uncomfortable. Perhaps the moment she got at ease, he would strike. She put on her clothes quickly and pulled herself near a tree. And so she was keeping her eyes and ears alert, frequently looking to her left and right, trying to make out shapes in the darkness that seemed to grow thicker with every passing minute. Now that the moon was covered in clouds, she could barely see, and this only heightened her anxiety. She could feel the fear making the hairs at the back of her neck bristle, and she was suddenly so cold she was practically shivering. "Warmth and light is what I need," she thought. And then she remembered the basket. Beathan had been carrying it back when he had tackled her, throwing it to the side. Looking forward, then left and right, Kirsteen crawled on her hands and knees and started pawing the ground, feeling for the square shape, the rough feel of the woven reeds. Eventually, she found it, and had to hold back a cry of relief. Dragging it back to her tree, she rustled around and found the candle and a match with which to light it. Her breathing eased the minute the flame burst into life, offering her a better view of her surroundings. Suddenly, the trees stopped looking like looming monsters crawling toward her. Instead, they were just normal oak trees, bare of their leaves. Their branches were not arms reaching out to trap her. Instead, they were spindly little bits of wood waving in the wind. Totally innocuous. Holding the candle up and looking to her left, Kirsteen saw that they had stopped roughly 20 feet out from the entrance to the forest. She crawled forward slightly, holding the candle up, and could just see a glimpse between the trees of the castle ahead. Ducking her head down, she was able to then spot the flicker of flames in the lanterns posted on the castle's front wall. They looked like small golden dots in the distance. But knowing that the castle was close did much to calm her. She knew her way out of the forest and toward the castle. It would be harder to navigate in the dark, with the dewy grass and lack of light making the journey more hazardous than it would be in daylight. But she could do it, if need be. If Beathan didn't return, she would be able to navigate her way back. She wouldn't like it, but she would be able to do it. "I'll wait 10 minutes more, and then I'll go," she thought, readjusting her seating position so her back was not resting directly on the knobbly bit of the tree bark. Her thoughts turned to Beathan, to whether he had apprehended the man who had been trying to take one of their lives for the past few days. Kirsteen couldn't help worrying once again that it was she who was the target, particularly after what she and Beathan had shared at the waterfall. It had seemed almost too good to be true at the time. A man like Beathan, heir to a lairdship and loved by all. Confessing his feelings for her and proceeding to make the sweetest of love to her. She had taken it for the blessing it was. But she should have known that her luck could not last. Someone clearly didn't think she was the right woman to be taking a place next to Beathan at the front table in the hall. And they were willing to incur the wrath of the Laird and his son in their quest to remove her from the equation. It made Kirsteen question everything that had come before. Should she really have told Beathan she loved him? They hadn't discussed their future, and she hadn't wanted to. But now she wondered whether that wasn't a truly foolish decision. She had gone against everything she believed in because she truly cared for Beathan. Had given him the most valuable thing in her possession, and for what? For a night of lovemaking. Followed by another attempt on her life? I never should have made love to him in the first place. She realized now. I should have accepted his kisses and then pushed him away. Reminded him that I am leaving in but a few days. What we have cannot last. And this attack has proven that. Fred and Blanche would have a fit once they found out what had happened. And she would have to tell them. She could already feel a bruise beginning to develop on the shoulder and hip she had fallen on. It would affect her dancing, and they would notice, and once they found out the cause of her injuries, they would no doubt forbid her to see Beathan. And they would be right to. I must finish with him, Kirsteen realized. Tonight. Before either one of us gets hurt, or worse, killed. She would bear the pain that the separation would cause. Consoling herself with the fact that she only had to be in his company for a few more days. And then she and the troupe could disappear to their next performance. Where she could grieve and tend to her broken heart. Lost in these thoughts, it took her a moment to register the sound of a foot stepping on wet leaves somewhere in her vicinity. Hurriedly sticking her candle in the air in a misplaced hope that it would warn off intruders. She was surprised to find the shape of Beathan making his way toward her. "Kirsteen?" he called, his voice sounding hoarse and tired. "Beathan?" she breathed, feeling traitorous for how quickly his name on her lips had her heart skipping beats and dancing mad jigs of love and longing. "I'm sorry for leaving ye as I did," he said as he came to a stop in front of her and crouched down. "I had to get him, or try, at least." "And did you get him?" she asked, searching his face for clues but finding none. Beathan shook his head, falling roughly onto his backside on the leaves with a grunt. "Nay, lass, I dinna," he said, running his hand through his hair and swiping it down his face. His expression was drawn and worried, lines of fatigue creased his forehead and his mouth was set in a frown. Kirsteen couldn't help but reach out and touch his cheek, turning him toward her. "It's all right," she whispered, needing to reassure him. "We're safe. That's enough for now." "I can't do it," she realized as she stroked her thumb across his cheek. Feeling the rough stubble of a beard against her skin. She couldn't bring herself to shatter both their dreams when Beathan was looking so dejected. Call her a coward, but she would not end the night like this. It already had too much drama. What they both needed now was a night of rest, to collect their thoughts. And so, she dropped her hand and took Beathan's. "Walk me to the tents?" she asked, and smiled when he accepted willingly. They walked hand in hand all the way through the forest and down the slope that led to the troops' camp, only breaking apart when they had reached her own tent. "Thank you for this evening," she said, placing a soft kiss on Beathan's cheek. "I'm sorry it ended the way it did, lass. But I dinna want ye thinking this changes anything between us," he said, placing the basket on the ground and drawing her to him. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean that I still love ye, and want ye. That hasn't changed, me bonny. If anything, this has made me more sure that I want to spend the rest of me days protecting ye." Kirsteen gulped, her eyes widening as Beathan's words settled over her. If she was not mistaken, he was pledging his love to her not for a night, or a week, but for always. For eternity. She opened her mouth to speak, to clarify, to discuss. But all that came out was, "Good night, Beathan. I love you." She handed the candle to him, then turned and crawled into her tent. It was torture to leave him, but Kirsteen needed time to think. She had been so sure of her decision only half an hour ago, knowing that leaving Beathan was the right thing to do. But now, knowing that he was so committed to her, her mind was all a jumble. Removing her shoes and taking her hair out of its plait, she hoped sleep would help her mind organize itself. After all, she had Fred and Blanche to contend with in the morning, as well. She could practically imagine their angry expressions already. And it was with a shudder that she settled into her cot and fell into a rough, dreamless sleep. Beathan waited until the next morning to do what he had planned. Tea. The moment he had glanced down at the arrow in his hand as he was bent over behind the barn, catching his breath, he had known what to do. There were at least 100 guests at the castle, and thrice that many people in the village and surrounding area. It was going to require the effort of all the guards and a good many of the servants. But Beathan wanted every person's stash of weapons checked. If they possessed arrows with the same color fletchings as the one he'd picked up from the attacker, they'd know the attacker's identity. As the operation would take a good many hands, Beathan woke early and strode immediately to his father's office, foregoing breakfast and once again causing his valet a good deal of consternation. This early in the morning, he did not need to bother knocking. His father always read in the mornings, a cup of tea and a bowl of oats at his side. And this morning was no different as Beathan barged into the room. To his credit, his father only looked a little surprised by the sudden presence of his son. "Good morning, Beathan," his father said cheerily, taking a sip of tea and inviting Beathan to sit. He declined the offer, feeling far too on edge to do anything but pace. He'd been up half the night walking the length of his room over and over, no doubt etching a pattern of footprints into the rug that covered the cold stone. His mind had vacillated between ironing out the details of the plan and worrying about the look on Kirsteen's face as he bid her good night. He had not meant to betray his desire to marry her, but after so dramatic an evening, his mind was unable to stop him from uttering the words. The lass had looked so afraid when he found her in the woods, and though he knew it was no doubt mainly from the attempted attack, he could not help wondering if it might also be regret about their lovemaking. After all, she had told me she would only give her virtue to the man she would marry, he had thought as he crouched down in front of her and scanned her bonny face. And I've made her no promises. So Beathan had tried to settle her mind, to tell her something of his hopes for their future. He needed to talk to Fred to solidify the proposal, of course. And that could only be done after a one-sided yelling match, during which Fred would berate him for once again putting his daughter in danger. But he assumed that telling the lass of his plans would do no harm. In fact, he had hoped it would do her some good, knowing that he was not planning on abandoning her after the fortnight's end. And yet, she had not looked pleased when he told her that he wanted her for all his days. Or at least, she had not looked wholly pleased. There was a touch of worry in her eyes after he said it, like she doubted him. Or, his worst fear, realizing that he was not the man she wanted to tie herself to for the rest of her life. Don't worry about that now, he told himself as he walked back and forth in front of the mantel in his father's study, letting the fire warm the backs of his legs. Focus on the matter at hand, and then you can deal with the lass and her family. Cripes, Beathan, ye're moving your feet like ye're at a ceilidh, his father remarked with a laugh. Stand still and tell me what's on your mind. Beathan stopped in front of his father's chair, and without further preamble, laid out the events of the night before, and the ensuing plan he had crafted. His father stared at him, a frown settling deeper and deeper on Beathan's face as he spoke. It hurt him to tell his father this, for he knew the man did not need any further stress. But his father had arranged the manhunt that had thus far proved ineffective, and he would know how best to arrange this one, too. Well, his father said when Beathan had finished speaking, collapsing into a chair. It turned out that finally getting all that off his chest had rather tired him out. No doubt the constant pacing hadn't helped, either. "I'm sorry we have not found this scoundrel yet, son. But now that we have that arrow, I reckon we will catch him in no time. Ye have a good idea, looking for arrows with similar fletchings. And with your homecoming near in its end, we can spare most of the servants to help with the search." Beathan sighed with relief, glad his father agreed with his plans. "I can get started on this right away and have men sent out to the village within the hour. But I want ye to go back to bed, son," his father said, setting aside the teacup he had just taken a sip of. "No, I can't. I need to help," Beathan said. "No, ye deenie," his father said with force. "I told ye not to help with the manhunt, and I will tell ye the same with this. After all, look what happened last night, Beathan. Ye went out for a wee walk with your lass and even then ye were nae safe. Though I don't mind telling ye it was a foolish thing to do, sneaking out like that. I dinna think that even if ye had alerted the guards of your whereabouts, they would have been able to do much, lad." "What day I mean, Faither?" Beathan asked. Sighing, his father said, "It's clear to me that whoever this attacker is, he will nae stop until he has killed ye or Kirsteen. It's clear he's so focused on it that he'll find ye when and wherever ye are. The best thing we can do, therefore, is keep ye inside and well protected. I'm having Bartley follow ye around for the rest of the day, lad, with a dirk in his hand and another stashed in his boot. It will be a nuisance, but I dinna want ye alone. I cannae take the risk of someone catching ye unaware." Beathan sighed, knowing his father was right, but still not looking forward to the prospect of a day spent being tailed by his valet. Barclay was a good man, but, like Logan, he was without humor. He would not let Beathan out of his sight, and neither would he let him so much as use the chamber pot on his own. It was going to be a very dull day, indeed. "Go and rest, lad. Ye look like ye haven't slept in days. Rest, and then go and talk to that lass's parents. I'll have Logan send for them. No doubt they're spitting mad at ye after what happened last night." "Aye, so they will be," Beathan said, pushing himself into a standing position. "She's a nice lass, though. Would make ye a fine wife, if ye liked." Beathan's father called to him on the way out. That, at least, put a smile on his face. "She would indeed," he silently agreed. Chapter 15. Kirsteen had never seen Fred's face as red as when she and Beathan had disappeared into the library earlier that day. She had told Blanche and Fred what had happened in the woods as soon as they were all dressed and headed to the castle for rehearsal. At first, she had thought that perhaps she, or rather, Beathan, had escaped Fred's wrath. He had said nothing about Beathan's part to play in the attack, had not railed against the man as he had before. Instead, Fred had been fatherly, focused solely on her welfare and how she was feeling. It was refreshing, but sadly it did not last. When Logan came to collect them for a talk with Beathan, though, Kirsteen had watched with horrified fascination as Fred's face progressed from first blush pink to dusky rose, finally ending at a cross between the red of blood and claret. Even Blanche had looked shocked at the progression of her husband's temper. But she knew better than to try and calm Fred down when he was in such a state. "He just needs to do his yelling, and then he will be better," she had told Kirsteen just before entering the library. "Do not worry, Marfie. It will all be fine. Just go relax, yes? Relax." As if Kirsteen could relax, knowing that Fred was no doubt threatening to leave once again, and this time with far more fortitude than he had before. She only hoped Beathan could calm him down enough that he would be able to perform that night. Fred was meant to be playing an old king's servant who sang rather than spoke. Kirsteen was concerned that the singing would turn to shouting the second he glanced at Beathan. However, she need not have worried, for Fred had eyes only for her that night, watching her every move as though she was teetering on the brink of collapse, about to fall out of every dance position. But while Fred was staring at her, she was staring at Beathan. Emotions clashed inside her every time she looked into his blue eyes, constantly having to hold herself back from falling into their depths and losing herself. Fear and apprehension warred within her. Fear for herself and Beathan after the night's attack, and apprehension that perhaps he was regretting his confession of love. The emotions consumed Kirsteen so that she nearly forgot a few of her lines, scrambling for them in her mind and blurting them out a beat too late, often with the words all a jumble. No one except the rest of the troupe noticed, thankfully. Fred gave her a questioning stare, and Blanche briefly grabbed her hand as she sauntered across the stage, squeezing Kirsteen's palm and silently offering her strength. Kirsteen smiled her widest at Fred to appease his worries, and squeezed Blanche's hand back in gratitude. But when she looked out at the crowd, wondering if perhaps Beathan had also noticed her mistake, she found that he was not even looking at her. Instead of pointing his gaze her way, his eyes were flitting all over the room, as though he was trying to keep count of every person sitting in the hall. Why is he doing that? She wondered as she voiced her lines and danced a jig in her role as the jester. The play was a dramatic tale of an old king betrayed by his much younger cousin. Kirsteen was the jester and narrator, whose jokes and stories eventually helped the king realize the truth of his relative's treasonous ways. Though hers was a relatively small part, it was in fact the most important of the play. It was up to her to lead the audience on a journey that ended in their discovery of the king's cousin's true nature, right before the king himself realized it. If she misspoke any more of her lines, the play itself would be ruined. Therefore, she tore her eyes away from Beathan. "Focus on your role," she admonished herself. "You are a performer right now, not a lover." Doing so was far easier said than done, however. Kirsteen felt her attention torn in two directions for the rest of the play, though she thankfully recited the rest of her lines without issue. Her gaze constantly strayed back toward Beathan, who was now standing up and leaning against one of the room's tapestry-covered walls, his posture tense. Therefore, it was with relief that Kirsteen leapt into her final twirl of the evening, ending with one knee on the floor, the other lunging straight out. The rest of the players ended their bits as well, and they all assumed their final poses as the room erupted into raucous applause. "Well, at least no one else noticed I was distracted," she thought as she smiled at the crowd, who did indeed seem to have greatly enjoyed the performance and the part she had played in it. When the applause had died down, she took Fred's proffered hand and climbed off the stage, pausing to stretch her legs in the velvet breeches she was wearing as part of her costume. "How are you feeling? Are you all right?" Fred asked, handing her a cup of water from a nearby table and urging her to drink. "I am fine, Fred, I promise. No harm came to me last night, other than a slight feeling of fear," she said as she switched to stretching the other leg. The slight feeling had in fact been crippling, but it wouldn't serve to tell him that. He was, after all, already looking Beathan's way and glaring at the man. Apparently, Beathan had been able to dissuade Fred from taking the troupe and leaving immediately. But Blanche had told Kirsteen that the men had ended the meeting at an impasse. Fred would not accept Beathan's apology for what had occurred the night before, nor would he listen to anything else Beathan had to say. Kirsteen hoped that Fred would calm down eventually and see that the attempted attacks had in fact not been Beathan's fault. But she did not hold out much hope. Fred could be a very stubborn man when he put his mind to it. With the performance over, the players began to make their way to their dressing room to gather their things and return to the camp. Kirsteen was at the very back of the group, moving slowly, scanning the room for Beathan, when she stopped in her tracks. Beathan was now back in his seat at the head table, but he was not wearing the expression of merriment that was painting the faces of the rest of his party. Rather, His brow was furrowed, a deep frown on his face. The tension was still there in his shoulders and the way his fists were curled on top of the table. If Kirsteen did not know better, she would say that Beathan was preparing for a fight. And when he suddenly stood up, shoving his chair into the wall in his haste, she knew instinctively to stop moving and watch. Because whatever happened next was of vital importance. Beathan's mind had been running rampant throughout most of the performance. At first, he had been content to sit back and watch the players, to affix his eyes to Kirsteen's bony form and watch as she moved with her signature grace and elegance. But when the subject matter of the play had become clear, a theory had begun to take shape in his mind. His attention had necessarily turned away from his love and her performance and back to the events of the past few days. Specifically, to the day he went to Andrew's room, when his cousin requested a rematch of their duel. Beathan had been admiring Andrew's new arrows, with their green and blue fletchings, when his cousin had roughly torn them from his hands and gingerly placed the quiver back on the wall. Andrew had been livid that Beathan had touched something of his. And while Beathan knew his cousin to be an ill-tempered man, he had never been so selfish with his possessions. In fact, normally Andrew would have shown the arrows off to Beathan and claimed something about them being the best arrows in Scotland, and how Andrew was going to use them to best Beathan the next time they practiced their archery. Instead, Andrew had done nothing of the sort. He had replaced the quiver in its place and then changed the subject. Beathan hadn't thought anything of the abrupt chance in topic at the time. After all, Andrew was still obsessing over that duel, so it stood to reason that he would bring it up again. Now, however, Beathan wondered whether his cousin might not have been trying to distract him from the arrows. Arrows that Beathan now remembered bore the exact same blue and green fletchings as the arrow he had found after the second attempted attack on him in the woods only a day before. It can't be, were Beathan's first thoughts upon making the association. Andrew was like his brother. There was no way the man could be trying to kill him. It was preposterous. Surely it was possible that more than one quiver of arrows in the area had similar coloring. After all, there were only so many colors in the rainbow. Only so many combinations that could be used to dye fletchings and affix them to arrows. It must be a coincidence. But then, Beathan had begun to think further back, to his very earliest memories of his cousin. And suddenly, he realized that yes, it could be. In fact, the theory his mind was beginning to form made perfect sense. Andrew had been dumped on the Castle Dunn doorstep days after his father, Laird Dunn's brother, had been killed in battle. Andrew's mother had died in childbirth, leaving him an orphan at the age of just 6. Beathan, who was 8 when Andrew was dropped at the castle, remembered the look of sheer terror on his cousin's face as he walked into the castle's entrance, his pale blue eyes darting all around, unfocused and frightened. The Laird and Lady Dunn had done all they could for Andrew. They had taken him in and treated him as their own. But despite all the love, affection and attention showed to Andrew, it was never enough. It was understandable at first. After all, Andrew's father had been away in battle for most of his life. He had been raised by a series of nurses who, from Beathan's understanding, were cruel women who beat him early and often whenever he so much as stole a biscuit. He hadn't been shown any love until he was 6 years old. And Beathan had no doubt about the negative impact such a childhood could have on the man that child later became. And indeed, those effects were made clear as Andrew grew up alongside Beathan. Andrew graduated from being a timid and fearful child to a sullen, angry one who threw tantrums at the barest provocation. He insisted on everything between him and Beathan being fair. If Beathan was given a dirk for Christmas, then so should he. If Beathan was taken on a walk in the woods with his mother, then so should Andrew. It did not matter to the lad that he was given a sword for Christmas the year that Beathan received a dirk, or that Beathan's mother came to Andrew's room every night to read to him, which she did not always do for Beathan, who preferred to spend the evenings in the library with his father. No, Andrew insisted on getting exactly everything that Beathan got, in addition to whatever he received himself. He was, in short, a selfish, jealous child. Beathan knew this, and while he disliked it, his complaints fell on deaf ears. The lads had a hard time of it, Beathan. Love him as he deserves and he will come round, had been his father's sage advice. Be kind to him, Beathan. His heart is hurting, had been his mother's. So Beathan had done his best to be kind to his cousin, including him in any and all activities, always ensuring that Andrew felt loved and included. But it was no use. No matter how much was given to the lad, he always wanted more. Andrew also began, as they grew older, to become obsessed with besting Beathan. During their tutoring sessions in adolescence, Andrew would throw fits if Beathan got a better mark than him on the exams the tutor gave every fortnight. The whole classroom could be destroyed in his rages. Books ripped apart, pencils cracked in half. Once, he even broke one of the chairs, smashing it against the wall and frightening the tutor so badly the man had to be persuaded with ample coin to ever come back. Beathan's parents grew worried about the lad. But there was nothing to be done. No matter the punishments or talking to Andrew was given, his temper did not abate. He blamed Beathan for his outbursts, saying that if his cousin just played fair, that he wouldn't grow cross. But Andrew... Beathan had overheard his father saying to his cousin one night, "Getting a better mark or knowing more Latin verbs than ye dos ni mean Beathan's not playin' fair. Can't ye see that, lad?" "No. I can't. He's not being fair, and that's it. I'll not stand for being treated differently." The problems did not cease with time. When they grew older and began to learn the arts of war, sword fighting, archery and the like, Andrew had thrown fits whenever Beathan beat him. He had asked for countless rematches, making Beathan shoot arrows well into the night so that Andrew could win, which he hardly ever did. Beathan had a natural talent with a sword and bow. This he knew. It was to his advantage, really, what with being the future Laird. His father had had to go into countless battles during his time. Even helped the guards once or twice when raids had been attempted on the castle. It had not happened in quite some time, but it was always good to be prepared and able to protect your people. However, when he tried to explain this to his cousin, Andrew had shown a kind of anger that Beathan had never seen before. "My father was a warrior, too. So I should be good at this," he had said, throwing his bow forcefully to the ground. "It's not fair." Beathan had watched with speechless fascination as his cousin fled the field and stormed into the castle. Andrew had locked himself in his room for 5 days, refusing to talk to anyone. He had refused food, accepting only ale. And his stomping and cursing could be heard all over the castle. When he had finally come out, he had seemed back to his normal self. Sullen, jealous Andrew, but no more so than before. They had never discussed Beathan's inheritance again, as agreed by Laird and Lady. "It is clear it upsets him. We just have to hope that time will heal the lad," had been Beathan's father's words. Privately, Beathan wondered whether his cousin would ever get over the knowledge that this, above all else, could not be made fair. Beathan would be Laird, and Andrew wouldn't. There was nothing anyone could do to make that an easier thing to swallow. It was clear now that Andrew had not in fact ever truly accepted the truth of the primogeniture that ruled the Scottish and English nobility. Beathan wasn't sure what exactly had happened to finally make his cousin go truly mad. But it was clear the man had done so. There was no other explanation for Andrew trying to kill him twice, with his own arrows. No, it was thrice. Beathan realized as his gaze floated towards the middle of the room, where he and Andrew had duelled only days before. The duel had seemed so sudden, so out of place. But now it all made sense. Andrew had tried to kill him that night, as well. It was why he had used that old sword. He had done something to it. Something that would harm Beathan if the blade touched his skin. With these realizations came the sick feeling of resignation.
for Beathan could not let the night end without these truths being made clear. He could not let his cousin go unpunished. He loved Andrew, pitied him, sympathized with him, all in equal measure. But those feelings would not stop him from confronting the man who had so terrified himself and Kirsteen this last week. And so Beathan stood up, and called for silence in the hall. It was his turn to speak. He would say the truth, no matter how much it might pain him and his family. People deserved to know how Andrew Dunn really was. Chapter 16. Kirsteen winced at the roar that erupted from Beathan's mouth. "Quiet!" he shouted, and the whole room suddenly fell into silence. Beathan's face was twisted in anger, and though his features were still handsome, they were fearsome as well. His eyes were cutting as they scanned the table before him, and she could practically feel the fury radiating off his tense body. What is going on? She wondered. She had never seen Beathan so irate. "Andrew Dunn!" he shouted, glaring at his cousin. "Stand up." A tall, lean man with dark blonde hair stood up. Kirsteen had seen him in passing and knew his face, but she had not known who he was before now. But Beathan had mentioned a cousin one night during their chats. This must be the man. He was staring straight ahead now, his eyes fixed on some far-off point on the wall opposite. His posture was straight-backed, his face stoic, as though he was being led to the executioner. "Ladies and gentlemen," Beathan said, now addressing the rapt crowd of people sitting before him. "The man standing to my left is me cousin, Andrew Dunn. He has been with me family since he was but a wee one, a 6-year-old bairn. For 17 years I have loved him like a brother. My parents had treated him like a son, given him everything he could have ever wanted. He has been loved and cherished by this family in equal measure to myself." Kirsteen saw Andrew wince, looking as though he disagreed with this statement. Her eyes then wandered over to Beathan's parents, who were seated to his right. They were both looking from each other back to their son with expressions of confusion on their face. She shared their feeling of confusion. What exactly was Beathan trying to say? Why was he detailing his cousin's childhood in front of all these people? What did this have to do with anything? Those answers became clear a moment later, however. Despite this, however, Andrew has never been content. He wanted everything in his life to be equal to mine, and though me parents and I did our best, nothing was ever quite good enough for Andrew here. He felt slighted, ye see, because I was the heir to the lairdship. Of course, there's nothing that could be done about that. It was a life I was born into, nae more me choice than me name or the colour of me eyes. But that didn't matter to Andrew. Andrew has never been one for reason. All he cares about is himself. Isn't that right, Andrew? Beathan asked, turning toward his cousin with a raised eyebrow. Andrew said nothing. His face remained impassive, his eyes looking straight ahead. If Kirsteen didn't know better, she would have thought he wasn't even paying attention to Beathan's speech. But his earlier flash of emotion told her the opposite was true. Beathan continued. "And when I returned home and had this brilliant entertainment and celebration thrown in my honor, I'm sure Andrew was positively seething. There was nae celebration for him. How unfair. And nae doubt he has been enjoying these past few years without me presence. Mayhaps he might have even started to hope I never came back. That perhaps I was killed abroad somehow, and he could take me place. But when that did not come to pass, he decided instead to get rid of me. Once and for all. He decided to kill me, you see." At this, there was a loud gasp from the crowd. People began to murmur, looking from each other to Andrew and back again. Andrew continued looking forward, but he began to look visibly uncomfortable. Kirsteen saw his jaw clench, and he began to squirm where he stood. He looked as though he wanted to be anywhere but the hall at that very moment. Beathan can't really be accusing his cousin of trying to kill him, she thought.
Such a thing only happened in Shakespeare's plays. Surely familial jealousy was not so violent in real life as it was in Hamlet. There has been 2 attempts on me life in the past weeks, Beathan said, and more surprised gasps and murmurings could be heard from the crowd. They have endangered not only myself, but a lass whom I have been spending me time with, Beathan said, and here his eyes looked straight at her. Kirsteen could feel herself flush, but thankfully, though Beathan was obviously staring at her, no one else noticed, not even Blanche. There has been a manhunt going on to find the person behind these attacks. Me Faither and his men have been searching all over the land looking for this man who so wants to end me life. But what a waste the hunt has been, when all the time the scoundrel was right under our noses. As the murmuring continued, so did Beathan's speech. Ye might well be asking yourselves what evidence I have to accuse the man before me. After the second attempt on me life, I found an arrow. An arrow with blue and green fletchings that I realized today looked rather similar to the arrow sitting in the quiver in me cousin's room. If one of the servants could go to my room, take that arrow, and compare it with the ones in Andrew's quiver, I'm sure they would come to the same conclusion as me. That the arrow that was shot directly at me heart was in fact an arrow belonging to and shot by Andrew Dune himself. Beathan paused, waiting for the fervor of whispers traveling about the room to die down before he turned to look straight at his cousin and asked, Andrew, what have ye to say for yourself? Fine, Andrew shouted, his face twisted in a cruel smile. I did it. I admit to it. The first shot was off-center, since as I'm sure you well ken, I'm not nearly as good a shot as ye. But the second was dead on. It would have hit ye right in the heart. Ye would be dead. And I would be next in line for the lairdship. I would have gotten finally what was owed to me. But ye couldn't even give me that, Beathan. Ye couldn't let me finally have what has been mine all along. Yours all along? Beathan exclaimed, and suddenly it felt like Kirsteen was sneaking a peek at a private conversation between Beathan and cousin that neither she nor the rest of the crowd ought to be privy to. Aye, it was mine all along. I've suffered me entire life thanks to ye. I have never been good enough. Ye always had more, no matter how I tried to balance the scales. It's only right I got the lairdship in the end. Ye have had your good life. It's time for mine. Kirsteen saw the Laird and Lady go paler than the moon at the realization that Andrew, the man they had treated like a son, had betrayed them so horribly. Beathan too looked pained at his cousin's confession. Kirsteen was sure a part of him had hoped he was wrong, that he was mistaken in thinking his cousin capable of betraying him so terribly. She couldn't imagine the pain of knowing that someone you loved was so willing to destroy you for their own gains. I'm afeard there's no good life ahead for ye, Andrew, Beathan said, and Kirsteen could see him starting to slump, the tension going out of him. He looked suddenly exhausted, haggard, like he'd aged 5 years in the span of 10 minutes. Clearly, he wanted to be done with this. He'd confirmed his cousin's guilt, and now he no doubt wanted to be done with the matter. Unfortunately, Andrew was not so willing to accept the punishment he was no doubt due. Aye, there is indeed, cousin. For I will not go quietly. No indeed. I challenge ye to a duel, Beathan Dunn. A duel to the death. I tried to kill you once with me sword, but I made a mistake. I chose an old sword, worried that the poison I laced the blade with would tarnish one of my better weapons. I will not make the same mistake again. This time, I will kill you purely with me own force and skill. Kirsteen was shocked. So there had been 3 attempts on Beathan's life, starting the very first night of the celebrations. He's been trying to kill Beathan all week, Kirsteen realized. And despite 3 failed attempts, he still would not give up. This, if nothing else, showed what true madness had infected Andrew Dune's mind. Kirsteen feared for Beathan's life. He might be the stronger of the 2, but Andrew had in him a ferocity, a hatred, that could not be quelled. It made her blood run cold knowing that such a man even existed. let alone had been residing in such close proximity with her love all these years. It's a wonder this is the first time Andrew has tried to kill him, she thought. Beathan might have been in danger for years without the slightest suspicion. May the best man win, and get the lairdship in the taking. Andrew shouted, a feral look in his eyes. The crowd quieted at this, waiting anxiously for Beathan's answer. I accept, was what he eventually said, after what looked like a war of emotions and thoughts going on inside of him. Kirsteen felt her heart drop out of her chest with fear. One of those men in front of her was going to die tonight, and she was powerless to sway the odds. She only hoped Beathan was as good a swordsman as he claimed. Beathan saw the look of horror on his mother and father's faces a moment after Andrew spoke. He could practically hear their minds running rampant, worrying that Andrew really would kill him this time. He, however, had no such anxieties. He had always been the better swordsman of the two of them. Years of sparring and fencing practice had made that abundantly clear. Add to that Andrew's heightened emotions, and his cousin was sure to lose. Beathan was suffering none of the anger that was coloring Andrew's face a bright red now. Instead, a strange calmness had settled over him. He had heard of the sensation from his father. It happened to some men right before a battle. Their heartbeats slowed, their minds stopped churning. Time seemed to slow down as they took their positions. Their focus only on their bodies and the position of their enemies. As servants scattered to retrieve weapons and make room for the duel in the middle of the room, Beathan watched with his attention focused inward. He forgot about his parents, about Kirsteen, about the rest of the people sitting in the room, watching with fear as he and Andrew took their places. All he knew was the sword in his hand, his feet on the stone floor, and Andrew just opposite him. The echo of their swords clanging together the first time was enough to briefly wake him from this trance. And Beathan looked up to find his cousin smirking at him with a confidence he did not deserve. I will beat ye, Beathan. I will beat ye, and I will kill ye. Andrew whispered, his words harsh and cutting. They did not scare him. They saddened him, seeing his cousin for who he truly was, a ruthless, selfish man who had no regard for anyone but himself. But they did not make him fearful. Beathan refocused his attention on the fight, dodging a powerful thrust that, had he not moved out of the way, would have sliced right through his stomach. His eyes followed Andrew's every movement, tracking his cousin as he moved with quick, light steps about the space that had been carved out for them. As Beathan avoided Andrew's jabs, getting in a few of his own, his cousin began to look increasingly agitated. When one of Beathan's jabs scraped Andrew on the arm, the fight took a turn. Andrew was suddenly ferocious in his pursuit of Beathan, thrusting his sword again and again, barely giving Beathan time to react before the next hit was coming. And yet still, he avoided harm, not getting so much as a scratch. As the minutes wore on and Andrew's movements became more erratic, Beathan began to hope that perhaps his cousin might call for a tie. He would be glad of it. He was tired, and losing his concentration. It had been an emotionally taxing evening, and the physicality of the duel was becoming too much. Andrew lunged at Beathan again, this time aiming directly for his heart. Beathan reacted with a swipe of his sword, which sent his cousins flying out of his hand and onto the stone floor. Thank God, it's over, was his first thought. His cousin had been disarmed. Surely that signaled the end of their fight? It would in any other sword fight, but then, Andrew did not seem to be following the normal rules of gentlemanly swordplay. Andrew, he said, nodding toward the weapon now lying at his cousin's feet. Please, let's be done with this. I will not kill ye. Even after what ye did, I canny. Ye me cousin, me family. Then ye're nothing but a coward. Andrew roared, bending to pick up his sword. Beathan stepped forward, pointing his sword at Andrew's heart, until the blade was just cutting through the fabric of Andrew's waistcoat. Nay, cousin. What I am is merciful, Beathan said, shaking his head sadly. Ye despicable, Beathan. Ye dinna deserve to be Laird. Ye're a weak coward. Ye dinna deserve nothing of what ye have been given. It should all be mine, and so it will. Andrew said. Beathan saw his cousin step on his sword, flipping the blade up and into his waiting hands. Beathan reacted without thinking, lowering his hand and sliding it into his cousin's heart before he even realized what he was doing. But he did not hesitate once the truth of the act became clear. He did not stop pushing the blade into Andrew's heart, dulling out his life force with one slice of his sword. It was self-defense, but it was also what had to be done. Beathan did not want to kill his cousin, but he had to. There was no other way to ensure the safety of his family's lineage. To ensure that the lairdship passed on to the man most capable of taking it over. Yet for all that his actions were reasonable, they did nothing to dull the emotions that were now bubbling up inside him. His eyes pooled with tears as he watched Andrew stagger back, his eyes open with shock. He opened his mouth, struggling for words. But before he could speak, he fell. The sound reverberated throughout the room. Even the tapestries could not dull the noise of the body hitting the floor. Andrew's mouth stayed open, but his eyes, which had a moment ago been awash with anger, dulled. They were unseeing, for the man was gone. He's dead, and I've killed him. Beathan thought as he looked at the lifeless body of the man he had spent most of his life considering his brother. Chapter 17. Seamus watched as his nephew fell to the ground. The man's limbs went numb, and the fiery temper that had so defined him in life was suddenly gone, replaced by an eerie calmness. The room was silent, no one quite knowing what to say. Seamus himself was shocked out of words, unable to voice his emotions. He was proud of Beathan, for protecting himself and the family's legacy. It took a strong man indeed to kill anyone, and a stronger man to kill someone he loved. Seamus was also consumed with sadness for his nephew. Even as a child Andrew had been difficult. Seamus hadn't been surprised. Andrew's father, his brother, had been the same way when they were growing up. But while he had grown out of it, Andrew had not. He had grown more bitter and self-effacing with each passing year. Seamus cursed himself for not realizing earlier that Andrew might be the culprit of the attacks. After all, the lad had been acting a mite strange as of late. He was always shut up in his room when Seamus asked him to join him for a nighttime whiskey. And one of the stable boys had commented that Andrew's horse had seemed spooked the last few times the boys had gone in to clean the horse's stall. But Seamus had thought nothing of it. Because despite Andrew's shortcomings, he had never suspected the lad capable of murder. He now realized that Andrew had been in his room planning. And the horse had been spooked because its rider was acting erratically, asking the horse to stop and start more suddenly than the horse was capable of doing. It is best that he is dead, Seamus realized. It broke his heart to think such a thing. He had never thought he would utter those words about a member of his own family. But killing him made the most sense. If Beathan had let him go and turned him over to the council, there would always be the chance that Andrew could hire someone from within the jail to carry out his deed. Beathan's life, and the lairdship legacy subsequently would have been in perpetual danger if they had allowed Andrew to live. And yet despite the sound reasoning of all this, Seamus could see that the act was tearing his son up inside. Beathan was standing over Andrew, looking as though he was unable to move from his spot. He was staring at his sword, which was now sticking out of Andrew's chest. Seamus knew that he was going to have to be the one to call the room's attention. To ask them to kindly return to their rooms so the situation could be dealt appropriately. And he would also have to be the one to drag his son away from the atrocity that his own hands had committed. Seamus felt Morlin's hand sneak towards his under the table. Looking over, he saw her give him a small nod. She, too, knew what he had to do. Standing up, with his wife's hand gripped tightly in his, Seamus shouted. "If ye could all now vacate the hall and go back to your chambers, we would much appreciate it. This is a trying time for me family, and we need to deal with things on our own. Please, go to bed and do what ye can to rest."
The festivities will commence again tomorrow for the final day of Beathan's homecoming celebration.
Heads nodded numbly and bodies began to move.
Seamus saw the entertainment troupe leave first, the youngest lass among them sending Beathan a long, lingering look. Seamus did not have time to wonder what exactly was going on between his son and the lass. He would deal with that later. Right now, his son needed him. 4 hours later, Beathan was finally in bed. He drank 4 glasses of whiskey with his mother and father in the library after Andrew's body had been taken away. They would have a small burial for him tomorrow morning. With just the 3 of them, but for the rest of the evening. They spoke not of Andrew as he was just before death, but rather as he was when they were children. They shared fond memories, funny stories and jokes that young Andrew had told them. It was done, Beathan knew, in an effort to remember the better side of Andrew, before his bitter jealousy had wholly consumed him. Beathan was feeling far better for the time spent with his parents. The conversation, and the whiskey, had done much to settle his mind. He was not sure if he would ever get the sight of his cousin, bleeding to death on the floor in front of him, out of his mind. But he would never lose confidence that killing him had been the right thing to do. Now, however, Beathan's thoughts were not focused on Andrew, but rather on Kirsteen. Beathan had felt betrayed when Andrew admitted his guilt. But immediately after that had been a fierce anger that his cousin had put Kirsteen in danger not once, but twice. A protectiveness for the lass had been building inside him for days, augmented by the attacks. But Beathan knew that even if no arrows had ever been shot in the lass's vicinity, he would still feel the desire to protect her from harm. Because he loved her. Beathan didn't care that it had only been for a short while. He didn't care that Kirsteen was a performer in an entertainment troupe with a frightening father figure, an eccentric maternal influence, and not a penny to her name. All he cared about was the lass, and how she made him feel. Loved, cherished, respected. A lass like that was one well worth marrying. And that was exactly what Beathan was planning on doing. Asking Fred for her hand would no doubt be a complicated and highly emotional conversation. But now that it was clear that Beathan, not Kirsteen, had been the target of the attacks, perhaps Fred would soften a bit to Beathan. Especially when he informed the man of just how much he loved the lass who was like a daughter to him. "I'll propose tomorrow." After the last performance, Beathan decided as he blew out the candle by his bed and closed his eyes. It would be a fitting end to a week that had contained every emotion a person was capable of feeling. After the tragedy of tonight, everyone, Beathan most of all, needed something to smile about. And a proposal of marriage would certainly fulfill that need. He could hardly wait to see the look on Kirsteen's face when he asked her to be his wife. Chapter 18. Kirsteen hadn't spoken to Beathan properly since the night at the waterfall. She understood. After all, he'd had to deal with the hunt for their killer. And then, of course, there had been the duel with his cousin. He had looked so shaken standing there over Andrew's body after the sword went through, as though he couldn't believe himself capable of such a thing. She couldn't imagine how he was feeling at the moment. She knew he must have felt relief that the attacker had been caught. She certainly did. But Kirsteen also imagined that Beathan felt guilty, both for not seeing Andrew for what he was earlier, and for eventually killing him. For her part, Kirsteen hadn't slept a wink the night before. Her mind filled with images of blood and swords and the look of hurt on Beathan's face once he realized exactly what his cousin was capable of. She tossed and turned. Worried about Beathan, anxious about leaving. Wondering whether she would be able to find him before the next evening's performance. Today was, after all, her last day at Castle Dunn. Tomorrow they were to rise bright and early and make their way south to Yorkshire, where a duke had hired them for 3 days' entertainment at his country house. Kirsteen knew that Beathan was no doubt deep in grief over his cousin. But she had to see him. Had to speak to him, to know if he really had meant what he said the other night. She had to know if he wanted her to stay. Because she would, if he only asked it of her. She would stay with him for the rest of her life and his, if he liked.
But after hours of searching the castle, Beathan was nowhere to be found. None of the servants could tell her where he had gone. And while no doubt Beathan's parents must have been privy to his whereabouts, Kirsteen knew it was not her place to ask them. And so she had ended up sitting on the hill that faced the loch, watching the sunset. It had been a cloudy day, but the sunset was truly a thing to behold. The sky was swathed in the richest purple, shot through with rose pink and gold. A flock of birds were making their way across the clouds, and Kirsteen could hear the cawing of crows in the distance. She inhaled a deep breath of the clean Scottish air, letting it fill her lungs completely. She wanted to hold on to these moments, this scenery, as hard as she could. She knew that without a doubt, this was the best week of her life. She might have been in danger and witnessed the murder of a man, but the time she spent with Beathan overshadowed any and all tragedy and fear. Even if he cast her off, she knew she would look back fondly on these days for all her years to come. But I do rather hope he doesn't cast me off, she thought as she turned back toward the castle, hoping to catch sight of Beathan's dark hair, his broad shoulders and strong legs. Beathan was not there. All Kirsteen saw were a few sheep and chickens running about their paddocks, and a horse being led out by a stable boy. And so it was with a sighing breath that she stood up and made her way to the camp. She needed to rehearse her song one more time before the night's performance, and perhaps the activity would take her mind off things. Beathan was not a little shocked at how amiable Fred was suddenly acting. It seemed that now that Beathan had apprehended the person who posed a threat to Kirsteen, Fred was perfectly happy to treat Beathan with the deference he deserved. It was a quick about-face, but it made the job of asking Fred's permission to marry Kirsteen much easier. And today of all days, he needed things to be easy. He had enough to worry about with making a speech to the celebration guests and proposing to Kirsteen. He didn't need to worry about fighting with her father figure as well. I think it a fine thing, you asking her to marry you. Kirsteen's the best woman we know, isn't that right, Blanche? A wonderful daughter to us and a friend to all, Fred said, turning to his wife. While Fred wore an amiable expression, Beathan noticed that Blanche was a little more reserved. No doubt she was already feeling the loss of the girl who had been like a daughter to her for so many years. Yes. Though I believe that before we allow Beathan to go running off, pledging his troth to our Kirsteen, Blanche said carefully, we must be sure that he is true. So tell me, Beathan, Blanche said, turning to look directly at Beathan with a glare that had certain parts of him shrinking with apprehension. Do you love my Kirsteen? Do you respect her as a woman? Will you allow her the freedoms to which she has become accustomed as part of our world? Because while I can well imagine she will make an excellent lady for you one day, that will not erase her past, her passions, her artistic sensibilities. Are you willing to preserve all of those, for her sake? Beathan looked over at Fred, who was nodding along. A good question indeed, my dear. Beathan, what do you say? Thankfully, Beathan had spent half the night preparing for just such an interrogation. Sleep had evaded him for most of the hours between dusk and dawn, allowing him to consider exactly what he was going to say to Fred and Blanche to prove that he was prepared to love Kirsteen as she deserved. Well, he said, clearing his throat and sitting up a little straighter in his chair. That's a very good question, and one I am glad ye asked. Beathan noticed Blanche smile slightly at this, and, encouraged, he continued. I ken that Kirsteen and I have not known each other long, and for this reason, ye might well wonder if I understand her, her sensibilities and personality and interests, well enough to ken if she is truly the lass I want to tie myself to. But I can assure ye, he said, that I ken Kirsteen down to her very soul. I dinna want to change a thing about her. I love her as she is, and always will. I ken that we are from two different worlds, but it matters naught to me. All I want is to love her, cherish her, respect her and protect her for all of me days. I dinna care if she continues performing. If she decides to travel with ye for part of the year, though the separation will be felt keenly. I want her to be happy, most of all." Fred bowed his head in gratitude at this, and Blanche relaxed back in her chair, clearly feeling much more at ease now that Beathan had clarified those points. Beathan waited to hear the verdict, knowing it would be in his favor. And indeed, when Fred spoke, he was able to relax, knowing that he could continue with the proposal as planned. "If you love her as well as you say, then who are we to deny her the chance at a life being thus cared for? All we ask is that we see her, as much as both our parties are able to manage. She is our daughter, after all," Fred said, looking over at Blanche. Blanche was looking a little teary, her voice rough as she nodded. "Yes. You are a good man, Beathan, and that is exactly what our girl has always deserved." "I couldn't agree more," he thought as he stood up to ring for tea. This called for a celebration. And since he was not of the mind to continue with the whiskey after last night's indulgences, tea and biscuits would have to do. After all, he needed to keep his wits about him for the evening. He had a speech to make, and a lass to propose to. He would need his mind sharp for both. Kirsteen could not sit still. They had just finished the performance, but rather than adjourning directly to the room set aside for them so they could change out of their costumes, Logan had requested that they remain in the hall. "The Laird's son has a speech to make which concerns the lass," he had told them, his gaze briefly meeting Kirsteen's. If Kirsteen wasn't mistaken, she saw a slight smile hinting at the corner of Logan's mouth and eyes. But it was gone before she could dwell on it. Still, she took it as a good sign. But that had not done much to quell the nerves now making their appearance known to her as she perched on one of the chairs that the servants had dragged over for the troupe. Her eyes were focused on Beathan, who was standing up and asking the hall to quiet. A hand snaked into her lap and grasped her palm tightly. And Kirsteen looked over to find Blanche smiling at her and offering her a sly wink. Kirsteen didn't have time to interpret the meaning of this, because a moment later, Beathan's voice was booming over the silent room. "As I'm sure you're all well aware, my cousin Andrew Dunn died at my hands last night. It was a tragic death for the family. And I thank you for offering us the time and space we needed to come to terms with the loss." Kirsteen saw nods of acknowledgement spread throughout the room, and Beathan paused a moment before continuing. "I now stand before you to explain myself and me actions. Andrew put not only my life, but that of two of my greatest loves in danger. He endangered this castle and the lairdship that rules over it. Had he killed me, the lairdship would have gone to him, the only other remaining relative of our family. As a criminal cannot be laird, our land would have been taken out of our hands and passed to the government." Beathan paused here, for at this statement, a commotion erupted. There were startled gasps and murmurs as the room realized just how close they had all come to losing the lairdship whose leaders had been friend, protector and provider these last few centuries. "Aye, it is an awful thing to consider," Beathan said to the crowd, acknowledging their distress. "All the people that my father has spent his whole life watching over would be subject to the whims of His Majesty. And I cannae have that, ye ken. It is my duty," he continued, "as the future laird of this castle and its surrounding lands and people to protect, and sometimes, that requires sacrifice. Throughout history, good and fair leaders have had to make sacrifices for the betterment of their people. My father taught me that to be a laird is to give oneself over to one's people, to ensure their care and continued livelihood. And though I am not yet laird, and dearly care to be for quite some time," he said, turning back to his father and smiling at him a moment before turning back around, "I acted as a laird yesterday. I sacrificed my cousin Andrew's life to ensure the safety of this lairdship and the people in its care. I dearly regret it. I would do it again if I had to." His speech now over, Kirsteen expected Beathan to sit down, but he stayed upright, still scanning over the room. Thus far, his eyes had not met hers, but now, they did. "Now, earlier I mentioned Andrew putting two of me loves in danger. One is the lairdship, of that ye ken. But the other is a lass sitting in this very room. heads turned, trying to decide just who had become the object of the Laird's son's affections. Of course, Kirsteen knew of whom he was speaking. Or at least, she rather hoped she did. Her suspicions were thankfully proved correct a moment later. Kirsteen Roy has stolen me heart these past weeks. And it was a tragedy to see her put in harm's way. Now that the trouble is over, however, I want to take this opportunity, in front of all of ye, to ask the lass if she would not mind marrying me. For I love her more than anything else in the world. She is perfection, pure and simple. I love her exactly as she is, and will continue to do so for all eternity. Kirsteen, Beathan asked as he walked toward her. What say ye, lass? Will ye make me the happiest of men? Rooted to her seat, Kirsteen could only watch with rapt fascination as Beathan came to stand before her. He crouched down, until he was on his knees, as though genuflecting. He reached out and took the hand that was not gripped by Blanche in his. Lass, he whispered, just loud enough for her to hear. Will you wed me? Yes. That was the first word that ran through her thoughts. Voicing it with her mouth, however, took a bit more difficulty. It suddenly felt like her mouth was coated in sticky sweet honey, clamping her lips closed together. She struggled to open them, and she knew that her response came out as more of a hoarse whisper than the pretty, lilting voice she was hoping for. But she said yes all the same. She said yes once, then twice, and continued saying it, growing louder and louder. Yes, she cried, gripping Beathan's hand tightly in hers. Yes, yes, yes. Beathan laughed, a relieved guffaw of laughter that shook his upper body. Thank God, he muttered, and it was loud enough that the people nearest to them heard, and joined in his relieved laughter. Soon the entire room was giggling and fidgeting excitedly. Kirsteen saw Beathan's head turned back to his parents, who were clapping their hands, joyful smiles on their faces. Turning back toward her, Beathan brought his hands to Kirsteen's face and placed a soft kiss on her lips, before picking her up in his arms and twirling her about the room. As Blanche's hand fell away, Kirsteen turned to look at the only mother and father she had ever really known. They looked positively incandescent with happiness for her. And Kirsteen realized that all her worries had been for naught. Is next week too early, lass? Beathan asked, and she turned back to find him looking at her uncertainly. Next week? She asked. Aye. If it's too soon, I'll understand, lass. I confess I'm anxious to marry ye. I want ye for me wife, ye ken. Kirsteen beamed at the look of hesitance on her lover's face, but she dashed his fears away with a fervent nod of her head. Next week is not soon enough. But then, I suppose arrangements must be made. Will you be able to postpone the trip to Yorkshire? Kirsteen asked, looking back at her parents. Hang Yorkshire. A wedding is a far better place for entertaining, Fred said merrily. If you'll have us, of course, Beathan, he added, looking toward Beathan. I can't think of a better group to bring laughter and joy to the union of me and me love, he responded, and Kirsteen found herself positively glowing with joy. A week, and she would be wed to Beathan. She could hardly wait. Epilogue. Oh, how beautiful you look, Marfie, Blanche told Kirsteen as she pinned the final rose in the complicated plait she had helped Kirsteen execute earlier. Kirsteen had been shocked when Blanche had presented her with the roses earlier that day, when they had first sat her down to fix her hair for the wedding ceremony occurring later that morning. It's too late for them to bloom, she had said with shocked glee as Blanche showed her the beautiful, pale pink blooms she had collected near the lock. It's a sign, my dear. An auspicious sign. It means you will have a good, happy marriage, Blanche had told her. Kirsteen wasn't sure if Blanche wasn't just feeling overly sentimental, but she'd take the sign no matter its truth. The blooms really were lovely, and they went perfectly with the aubergine dress Kirsteen had decided to wear that day. It was a different frock to the one she'd worn that night with Beathan. The skirt was slimmer, hugging closer to her body, and the bodice was embroidered with designs of thistles and autumnal leaves. It made her feel even more regal than the other frock. And she supposed that now, she rather was a bit more noble than before. Or at least, she would be eventually. Kirsteen hoped that Seamus Dunn would not die for many years yet. She was only just getting to know the great man who had raised her love. But what she knew of the man, she liked already. He was kind, gentle, and easy to talk to. He loved hearing stories of her travels. And many nights over the past week, Kirsteen had left Seamus in the library with Fred, where the men talked well into the late night about all manner of things. But one day in the distant future, when Seamus did pass, Kirsteen would be Lady Dunn. It was a position that came with responsibilities that intimidated her. But Beathan assured her that she was more than capable of ascending to the challenge. "You're the strongest person I ken, Kirsteen. If you can survive losing your parents, having to deal with the harridan who nearly sold your body, and narrowly avoiding 2 arrow attacks, I'm well certain of your ability to take up the duties of Lady of this land." Kirsteen loved the unerring faith that Beathan had in her. He made her feel invincible, and she could not help but believe it. Not when he was so earnest in his pronouncements of her strength and power. "Kirsteen," Blanche said, and Kirsteen realized that she had been lost in her own thoughts while Blanche put the finishing touches on her hair. "I'm so sorry, Blanche. I was thinking of Beathan. I can well imagine. For days before my wedding, all I could think of was Fred. I forgot a whole scene from one of the plays I was performing. The director at the time threatened to fire me if I did not focus," Blanche said, laughing at the memory. "Were you nervous?" Kirsteen asked as her stomach gave another of the flips it had been doing all morning. "Of course. That is why I forgot my lines. It was not only that I was so in love with Fred that I could think of nothing else. I was also terribly nervous I would trip while walking to him. I walked up the aisle with my eyes turned on my shoes." Kirsteen laughed, relieved to know that she was not alone in her anxiety. She loved Beathan and wanted to marry him, of that she was certain. What she was less certain of was how she was going to fare during the vows. Every time she imagined professing her love for him before the vicar and the crowd of people they had invited, all Kirsteen could see was herself stuttering so badly that she was impossible to understand. "It is all natural to be nervous, ma fille," Blanche said, resting her hands on Kirsteen's shoulders and looking into her eyes through the mirror. "You are marrying the love of your life. That in itself is not anything to be nervous of. But the ceremony is a performance, my dear. There are lines to memorize and a scene to create." "That's a good way of thinking about it, actually," Kirsteen realized. "I never get nervous on stage. I always know that even if I give the wrong line or miss a cue for one of my dances, I can make something up that will flow seamlessly into the plot or tune." "Precisely. So be confident that you can do the same today. I am sure that everything will be perfect, my dear. But if it isn't, treat it like a play. The show must go on, and so must your wedding." Kirsteen smiled, feeling more relaxed than she had all morning. "And speaking of this wedding," Blanche said, leaning down and examining Kirsteen's pocket watch, which was sitting on her boudoir, "we must get to the chapel, and soon. I will go find Fred, and then we will leave, Blanche kissed Kirsteen on both cheeks, and added a peck on the forehead, which she always said was for good luck. Kirsteen watched her mother bustle out of her chambers and smiled. "Blanche is right," she thought as she sat back in her chair. "The marriage is what matters." And she knew, without a doubt, that her marriage to Beathan would be filled with nothing but joy. Kirsteen looked more radiant than Beathan had thought possible. The purple in her gown made her skin glow a beautiful rose gold. Her hair was done up in a complicated style that he did not quite understand. but nevertheless looked beautiful. It was pulled back from her face, allowing the full beauty of her features to shine through. Her eyes were gleaming with excitement, and the smile that had been pasted on her skin since she entered the church made her cheeks look deliciously plump. They were holding hands now, and Beathan was waiting for the vicar to start the ceremony. But just when the old man had cleared his throat to begin, Beathan saw, out of the corner of his eye, his father stand up in the pew directly behind him. "If I might interrupt for a moment," he said with a laugh that Beathan recognized being more out of nerves than humor. He and Kirsteen turned and watched as his father cleared his throat and glanced down at a folded bit of paper in his hands. He has a speech, Beathan realized, and his heart immediately warmed. For all that his father was a respectable laird, a warrior and protector, he was, at his heart, a sensitive man. "I'll be brief, for I ken that I am not the person you want to be paying attention to, today of all days," he joked. "But I wanted to say a few words before Beathan and Kirsteen pledged to honor each other for all their days." Beathan saw his father pause a moment, glancing down at his speech, before looking up and continuing, his eyes glued on Beathan's. "Love is a rare find. And when ye find it, ye have to hold on. I find my Morlan when I was just 18, and never for a day do I regret making her me wife," he said, glancing over at his wife, who was sitting next to him in the pew, trying to hide the tears tracking down her face. "I am happy to see that Beathan has found that same kind of love. It's what I had always hoped for him, ye ken. He's a good lad, a loyal, strong lad who will make a good laird one day. But before that happens, I think the lad deserves a few years of calm, pleasant happiness. A few years of raising bairns," he said, earning a few laughs from the other people in the pews, including Blanche and Fred. "And a few years of focusing solely on his lovely wife and their life together. So, Beathan," his father continued, "I promise to do my utmost to keep myself well, so that ye and your lady wife can build your life together. And what a beautiful life it's going to be, lad. I'm not certain of much in this world, particularly after what has happened recently," he said, and Beathan knew he was referring to Andrew and his betrayal. "But I am certain that ye and Kirsteen will have a wonderful life. So please, proceed. I ken we're all waiting to celebrate your union." Beathan smiled at his father and gave him a subtle bow of the head. He would speak to him later and thank him for such a wonderful speech, but for now, he smiled, showing his father just how grateful he was for his love. He did the same to his mother, who was laughing, though tears still fell down her cheeks. And then, finally, Beathan turned back to his bride. "Are ye ready, me bonnie?" he asked. "Yes." She nodded. "Yes, I am." The vicar began his ceremony, and as the autumnal sun rose to high noon over the Highland hills of Castle Dunn and its surrounding area, Beathan Dunn and Kirsteen Roy were wed. It will surprise no one that they did, as predicted by Beathan's father, live happily ever after. And when, after a long, happy life, Seamus Dunn did finally pass, gently and in his sleep, Beathan and Kirsteen made the best laird and lady the land had ever seen. Which was of no surprise to anyone who knew them, knew their strength, their character, and, most of all, the love they had for each other. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.